5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go! Probably this one for the moment. It also looks like we could handle having some quietness. And it moved to a different window for no obvious reason. Well, we'll close it and start it up again. No, it just lives over there now, it says. That's not what I want. That's an interesting problem. And yet no. Yes, yes. No, we'll deal with that later. Okay. All sound issues resolved. Hello and welcome to the Blobber Plays House MD for the NDS. I had no idea that this even existed. Go! Well, that's all for Malaysia. Join me, Henry Richter, next week on Globetrotting. The show that proves that age is just a state of mind. That was a good show, right guys? When did it get so chilly out here? Mr. Richter, it's almost 100 degrees. Quit clowning around, I'm freezing. Mr. Richter, are you okay? It's always lupus. It's never lupus. Yeah, That was horrifying. Dude, are you getting this? Emmy time! It was lupus once. Dr. House, what's wrong with me? That's what I'm here to figure out. By the way, I loved you in $1 Million Baby. Examine the patient carefully. Look for signs of illness. Tap the screen to continue. Select an area to examine by tapping on the patient. Use the tools at your disposal to find symptoms. Magnifying glass the rash? Tick bites. Do we listen to your heart? A wheezy cough. Do we listen to this part of you? Breathing difficulty. I have no idea what this is like, Dead Press. I saw it and said I must play it. Is all I know. Airplane food. Sudden collapse. He's pooping. Have you had steady bowel movements in the last 24 hours? Don't be graphic, just a simple yes or no. What are you getting at? Okay, no, what about the airplane food? Did you eat any airplane food on your trip to Malaysia? Yes, but I don't know what that has to do with anything. Where were you when you collapsed? And don't say Florida because I despise cliches. I was in Malaysia shooting an episode of my Emmy Award-winning show Globetrotting. I haven't found one of these chest symptoms. Do we look at it with the magnifying glass? Do we listen to it? Apparently we're going to rub his chest with a glove. Ah, we found chest pain. Okay. Okay, what can we find out about your head, friend? Can we stethoscope your head? Can we pen your head? Can we gently rub your head? Give him pats. Make him feel better. He has a fever. Perhaps a change of subject. Does it hurt when I tap your ribcage like this? No, should it? And what were you doing right before the shoot? Telling Malaysian kids to get off your lawn? I was at the hotel going over my script. What have you eaten recently, aside from prunes, which I'm guessing is a given? I practically live off of bee hoon noodles and veggies when I was in Malaysia. We need to investigate his feet? His legs. Do we rub the legs? Do we magnifying glass the legs? A rat bite. He has the plague. What about your companions? Did anyone come with you to Malaysia? A lover, pet, perhaps a combination of the two? Why is that important? While you're in Malaysia, did you perhaps catch any of those trendy exotic diseases that all the kids are talking about? Once, about 23 years ago, I caught malaria, but nothing since. Ooh. Why is Newman climbing our window? Watch how I throw this reporter off your scent. He's just going to close the windows. Hey, who cares if Henry Richter's a gay Taliban supporting, witchcraft endorsing meth addict? Not me. That ought to give him something to write about. A 71-year-old TV host is filming an episode of his show at a Malaysian temple when he falls unconscious. Whoa, wait. Is this Henry Richter, the host of Globetrotting? Isn't that the show where the old guy investigates Mayan temples? In other words, the ancient relic explores other ancient relics. Find the possible diagnosis that matches the word appearing on the whiteboard. Tap on the word and throw it to the top screen to suggest a diagnosis. Ah, so I need something with a C in the middle. Tuberculosis? The cancer thing? I'm sorry? I don't get what it wants. I can't drag it off either screen. If you understand Super Cheese, I'm willing to listen. I do not understand what it wants there. I've tried dragging it up and down, and it goes in neither direction. And the guy who hates fame-hungry celebs went out of his way to pick this guy. Why? It's clearly tuberculosis. That's wrong. Old Man River doesn't have tuberculosis. He's already been tested for it. Disqualified. Find the possible diagnosis that matches. Tap on the word and throw it to the top screen. Avian flu? Okay, you've really got to super quickly flick it. Avian flu explains the coughing, the flu, and the chest pains. And he hasn't been tested for that. However, it comes from sustained contact with birds. And Parchment Face has not been around birds, so it's disqualified. Malaria. No? That's the only one that ends in A. Well, I suppose it could have been myopia, but it's not enough letters. You've really got to be ludicrously fast on that flicking. How has he not been tested for that? Methuselah is a seasoned world traveller who hasn't been vaccinated for malaria. However, it would explain the fever, malaise, myalgia, but nothing else. Next. Dental cancer? Come on, that's the only thing that fits. There we go. Dengue fever? Ah. No, dengue fever does fit. Dengue fever. It's common in the rainy season in Malaysia. Yes, but dengue explains very few of Benjamin Button's symptoms. Also, it's a self-limited viral infection. What's the Malaysian word for next? Thyroid is the only thing that I see that's star, but it's thyroid F, not cancer. Come on. There we go. Typhoid fever. Didn't we say thyroid? No central nervous system issues, like confusion or psychosis, which is a shame because a psychotic old man would be entertaining right now. Find the possible diagnosis that matches. The second word is really long and ends in EI, so this yellow one. Penicillium magnificale. There we go. Penicillium magnificale. He's in Malaysia. He's bitten by bamboo rats. His immune system is already compromised by his advanced age. It could have lowered his resistance. Wow, I have no witty comeback for that one. Taub is a winner. Taub, do a lung biopsy. Test for Penicillium magnificale. I find it strange that Henry was just in Malaysia. A Whitman's sampler of diseases, yet he wasn't vaccinated for malaria or typhoid fever. Yeah. Something stinks here, and it isn't just Henry's colostomy bag. Foreman, 13, do a tox screen and test for malaria. Typhoid and any other diseases you can catch in countries where goats are a unit of currency. You've got to concentrate harder than that if you want to continue to work here. I only got one penalty. I suppose I wasn't quick enough on the flicking? So what is this now? Relax, we need to run some tests to see what's caused your episode. Episode? You know, I've taped 1,000 episodes of my show. Very impressive. I'm going to draw some blood. It's no big deal. Please make a fist. Follow the procedures for drawing blood. Pick the tourniquet. Oh, that's actually the needle? But then what's the tourniquet? This thing. Okay, it's meant to be a big rubber clip. Fair enough. Tighten the tourniquet by tapping on the loose end and sliding the stylus in the direction of the arrow. Palpate the upper forearm by tapping it with the stylus. Use an alcohol swab to cleanse the area. How is this not an alcohol swab? Oh, I didn't finish. I don't know where I pick up the alcohol swab because it won't let me grab this. Nah. Beware the flablobber. I don't get it. Maybe it's not strong enough, but I can't. Okay. You've got to be really quick with dragging the alcohol swab over to here. Carefully place the butterfly needle. Insert the needle by tapping on it and sliding it in the direction. Now remove the tourniquet. Pick up an empty vial and attach it to the thingamajig. Why does our vial gyrate as it's collecting blood? The vial is vibrating madly. Remove the butterfly needle. Place a bandage over the insertion site. Apply the bandage. See, no big deal. You got that right, I was bitten by a cobra once. That was a big deal. Thing had more venom than my first wife. Can I help you, House? You can help me with the giant package in the corner of the room. What's in it? I'm afraid that's none of your business. Now, can I actually help you? I need your permission to do a biopsy. What kind of biopsy? On the giant package in the corner of the room. I want to take a sample from it and find out what's inside, as you won't tell me. Goodbye, House. What did you even come in here for anyway? A patient in the clinic, a UPS guy, threw out his back carrying a giant package into your office. When I asked him what was inside, he... What did he say, House? He marveled at the array of sex toys that I'm going to tell everyone is in the package. Unless you tell me what's actually in it. Will you get out of here? This doesn't actually look like... Was it Lisa Kudrow? So, what is it you're all doing here? We're just going to... Jesse Spencer! Wait, before we go any further, can I just say, I grew up watching your show, and I grew up watching you on Neighbours. Caught it every day. Why, thank you. How touching. As I was saying, we're just going to perform a lung biopsy to test for penicillium man-Effie. So for the backstory here, Jesse Spencer, this actor, got like his breakout role in a daytime soap opera here in Australia. Just take a deep breath and relax. You know, like in that episode of Globetrotting with the Burmese python. You've seen that episode? Saw it, I've memorized it. Now relax. Your performance has been shaky. You're on probation until your performance improves. Step up your efforts for this procedure. You've been taking too long. Use the bronchioscope to explore the lung passages. Slowly move it through the lungs, with the control pad or by tapping on the direction arrows. Biopsy anything that looks unusual. Where do you want me to go? Presumably I've missed one and that's why it's not progressing. Yes. Oh. See, Henry, that wasn't so bad. It wasn't fun, though. Now what? Now we send off the biopsy to the lab and wait for the results. Guess it's not as bad as if you killed the patient. We did it adequately quickly, and we found everything, but we have one penalty for rubbing against his throat too much, question mark? That's Henry's blood? Yes, we just did his tox screen. Ready to do the CBC? You know, when I was a kid, I wanted to be an astronaut. Really? One day I saw a show on TV about astronaut training where the guy was trapped in a centrifuge. I got nauseous just watching. Let's focus. We've got a CBC to do. Okay, Pukey McGee? Use the centrifuge to separate the blood components of this sample for testing. Spin it. Oh god, it's mixing poffins. Maintain the optimal speed indicated. It is exactly mixing poffins. The sample has been separated successfully. Process the blood sample with the blood analyzer by adjusting valves and motors as indicated. Tap on the valves to toggle them between open and closed. Spin the motors by drawing in a circular motion around them. Detailed instructions will be applied. Open valves 1 to 4. Make sure valves 9, 10 and 11 are closed. And 12. Make sure valves 7 and 8 are open. Spin motors A and B. Close valve 7 and 8. Open valve 11. Keep motor C spinning. Close valve 11. Open valve 12. Keep motor D spinning. Analysis complete. Locate the unique microbes. Okay, so you're this... Okay, it's identify the stuff and shove them on their pile. You're a peanut. You're a red thing. You're a green thing. You're a green thing. You're a blue thing. You're a green thing. You are an egg. You're a peanut. You're a pickle. You're a red thing. You're a pickle. You're a red thing. You're a... No, you aren't a pickle, my bad. You are this thing. You are a peanut. You are a red thing. You are a peanut. You are an egg. You are a red thing. You are a pickle. You are a blue one. You are a blue one. Green one. Other green one. The CBC's negative for malaria. Back to the drawing board. And this is why we don't let the custodial staff practice medicine. Wait, you aren't a janitor? B minus? I mean, it's not a fail. Are you Gwen Walton, producer of Globetrotting? Because I wrote this screenplay and you have to read it. Is Henry okay? We think he has penicillin marfeni, which he likely contracted in some third world germ factory like Malaysia or Detroit. That can't be right. He can't have anything like that. Did he ever buy any exotic pets while overseas? He's an old guy, so hopefully he didn't mistake an Asian child for a pet. He once bought a cockatoo years ago. Why is it important? How often does he change his clothes, or is this his natural scent? Do you think it might be hygiene related? Why are you so certain it isn't penicillin marfeni? Did you get one of those online PhDs? I just know Henry. He's probably just got the flu. They're having an affair. It's some sort of thing that she's given him. Has Henry ever had dental work recently? It's hard to diagnose someone when you're in love with their smile. He had a mole removed a few months ago. Why do you ask? What kind of hours does Henry work? And napping doesn't count. Welcome, Baron. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you, Baron, for the raid. Those of you just joining, we are playing House MD for the DS. Dr. Blobber is showing off his not medical doctor skills. Why? Does he look exhausted? Exotic diseases. But is it lupus? We think it's penicillin marlini. Some exotic disease could be ravaging Henry's body at the moment. Isn't that cool? I mean, aren't you worried? He has all sorts of exotic diseases before, but this time, trust me, it's nothing like that. That in the infrasound? Yeah, the way ultrasounds work is fairly closely related to stuff I have done, yes. It's all waveform and time of flight compute stuff. Synthetic aperture radars, blah blah blah. Anyway, press the subject further. Are you having an affair? I think they're having an affair. When was his last sexual encounter? And was it more like on Golden Pond or Cocoon? How is this relevant? Okay, so she denies that they're having an affair. Is there something you're not telling me? Something sexy? I want Henry released from the hospital immediately. If you'll excuse me, I'm late for an appointment. So she does have a secret. Does he keep an organised office? This is obviously wrong. Does he have difficulty getting organised? He's a great multitasker. What about his work conditions? Does Henry work around respiratory irritants like silicon? What I mean to ask is, are your breasts real? I'm telling you, I'm sure it's not a respiratory problem. Same change of subject. Salary, mood, no, vaccinations make the most sense. Before he went to Malaysia, why wasn't he vaccinated for common diseases like malaria or typhoid? Is he one of those guys who gets off on puking? He's got a strong immune system. Ask her about Malaysia. Where were you when Henry was in Malaysia? Tell me you were moonlighting at a strip club. I was here in the globe-trotting production office, going over the budget. And then you went to the strip club? I'm sorry, I do have an appointment. House, we've been looking all over for you. And I've been looking all over for you. No, I haven't, but I'm big on one-upsmanship. Foreman, 13, this is Gwen. Henry's producer. Nice to meet you. As I've said repeatedly, I really have to be going. Good luck with your appointment. Appointment? Yes, 13, good point. What appointment is she talking about? Follow Gwen and find out. We've had everyone except, first girl. Follow Gwen and find out the answer to that question. Maybe they didn't have rights to first girl's graphics. We've had Jessie Spencer, but we haven't had first girl. So here I was, cough cough, in the Amazon. Trying to... Yes, Jessie Spencer, this guy. Who started on the Australian soap opera Neighbours. I remember watching him as a little kid. He was like 6, 7 years older. He was... I'm a nerdy, vaguely nerdy kid growing up in the Kennedy household. Not that most people will have too much knowledge of the Neighbours TV show here, other than, of course, its fantastic game that we played, which is coincidentally a mod game for any of those of you interested. You can get a channel mod by completing the Neighbours mod challenge. But we digress. Trying to make my way across a rope bridge. Directly below me, a family of hungry crocodiles, snapping at my ankles. And then the rope bridge started to snap. Ooh, why does that sound like a trap? No reason. It's fiendishly difficult. I know what happens next. Then Santa Claus took you to the magical kingdom of ice cream and you feasted on rainbows. Yes, it was a good episode. House, this guy's a legend. If by legend you mean big fat liar, then I agree. Let me tell you something, young man. His BP is climbing. Are you okay? My chest! Well, it's not penicillin marfeni, because that doesn't make you look like an anchovy pizza. I was just going to say that. Lab results from the lung biopsy are negative. We'll be back after a word from our sponsor. There's something he's not telling us. Go to his house, see if you can find toxins, clues, the rock that he used to kill Abel. Okay, most of his digs at his age have been pretty shitty, but that one actually I liked. So, this is Henry Richter's house. Impressive. Yes, just one more reason for Chase to idolize the guy. Come on, when you were a kid, wasn't there anyone on TV you admired? Sure. No, we haven't had Lady. We haven't had the girl. Starting girl. Although she is on the cover. Here. Oh, my hand disappears before I can touch her. And then I grew up. Now, can we just look around and get out of here? Locate 18 clues in his house that may lead to a diagnosis of his condition. Pan left and right and search the area with a cursor. The colour of the cursor indicates the proximity to clues. Green equals near a clue. The polar bear head. Okay, take a sample of the polar bear head. How do we exit away? How do we exit away, game? Game? Oh, I have to tick the little... Okay. Photo. It's turned into a hidden object garbage game. A feather duster. An akubra. Fedora? Akubra. His house is as old as Henry. Paint chips could contain heavy metals. Lead poisoning? Fresh fruit? A cigar? It's not gas. An old pizza box. A spray bottle of cleaning liquid. Another photo. Another photo. Whiskey? Or a big bottle of maple syrup? Moldy sandwich. Wine bottle. Pill bottle. Boots. A houseplant, a singing fish. Holy Zarquan, singing fish! Arrange the photos to create a bigger object. Oh god, there's rotate and move. Great. I kind of like that, but it's meant to be the other way around, right? Because it's probably a pyramid. So... ta-da! Just what's in this photo. Touch the screen to continue. You're kidding me. This isn't a Malaysian temple. It's a sound stage here in New Jersey. I knew it. No, you didn't. Okay, fine, I didn't. But see, this is why I don't have any heroes. There's an address on the back of this photo. Take this stuff back to house. I have to catch up with 13. That happy music. You have to do something. My stomach is killing me. Yes, but with these liberal juries these days, your stomach will probably get off with a slap on the wrist. I think there's something inside of me. Like a gremlin? Like I'm not in control of my own body. Well, to be fair, there's not much of a body to be in control of, Skeletor. Let's check you out. Examine the patient carefully. Okay, what's wrong with your head? Do we use this to look in your mouth? Do we listen to your ear? No, we penlight your ear. We rub her face with a glove. Select the right topic to ask about. Yeah, I know. We're more a nurse here than actually a doctor, Mirage, a lot of the time. Which isn't so bad when we're being the helpers, because he does get the helpers to do a lot of this crap a lot of the time. But normally he isn't the one directly doing these procedures. In fact, he rigorously avoids doing procedures. Do you eat normally? Are you on a diet? You look like you're on an all-heroin diet. I watch my weight, but I think I eat very healthily. And g'day, Orlov. But even then, Orlov, there's like multiple episodes where he takes bets that he can like diagnose a patient without touching them or getting any tests done, etc., etc. Like, he rigorously avoids procedures where he can. Do you use weird hair products if we just saw something weird in your hair? It's thinner than a promise. Thin, but I use my conditioner every morning. Okay, we've already done your face. What about your chest? Can we listen to your heartbeat? Oh, hey, now can't you hear my heartbeat? A rapid heart rate. We do not touch the breast, we do not penlight the breast, we do not look at the breast, we listen to her breathing as well. Seems to be the answer. We hear high blood pressure? I'm sorry, what? We hear high blood pressure. That's news to me. Ask about recent sexual activity. When was the last time you had sexual contact? And no, using a public toilet doesn't count. He's just that good. 4 or 5 weeks. Did you use protection? Of course. Okay, we did the chest. Now we need to do the tummy. Do we search for tummy pain? Do we inspect your tummy with the magnifying glass? Stomach cramps. And finally, her legs. We don't listen to the leg, we don't rub the leg, we don't penlight the leg, we magnifying glass the leg. He sees cramps? Yes, he doesn't feel cramps, he sees them. Which, if something is cramping, you can sometimes, you can see muscles flexing. So you could see cramps. G'day, Salah. See the right topic to ask about. Regularity? How often do you go to the bathroom? And since you're a girly girl, do you poop rainbows? Yuck, I try really hard not to use the bathroom. Once a week? The heck? Take me through a whole day with Alicia. What's breakfast? Salad dressed with vinegar. How decadent and satisfying. What's for lunch? 2 small rice cakes. I don't suppose those rice cakes come on top of a T-bone steak, do they? And for dinner? Sugar-free Jell-O. So, what do you think? Can you cure me? I can cure you, but you're going to have to make an appointment. For the OR, no Starbucks. I prescribe 3 Danish pastries and a blueberry muffin. I'm sorry. You're severely anorexic. You need to eat. Try one of those giant black and white cookies. Think of it as a humongous vitamin, packed full of calories, and isn't actually good for you. But, exactly, you don't have one. It's my medical opinion you need more butt. Dun 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 dun. But now, get your non-existent butt out of here. Actually, we have an emote for just such a moment, don't we? Yeah, we've got an emote for that moment. Oh my god. Look at her butt. Anyway. Perfect moment for our emote. So, this is where Gwen had her appointment. The same address that was on the photos we found. Look at all this stuff. Hey, what? This rock is made of foam. Blops a lot. Welcome to the magical world of showbiz, Foreman. I don't think any of these props are responsible for his health condition. Let's keep checking at them just to make sure. Oh, we're back into hidden object garbage game mode. The Ethiopian flag is causing his illness. A Buddha? A foo dog? They're usually called lion dogs. Anyway, a kata, but it won't pick it up. A Ganesh statue. It is not Ganesh. Ganesh is graceful. You thought I needed the green items? The green versus red is a hot coldometer, Cal. It tells you whether you are near things that you are meant to find. Wipe the bottom of this statue with the stylus or blow into the microphone to clear it off. Made in Jersey. If this statue is from Tibet, why does it say made in New Jersey? You're right, none of this stuff is making Henry sick, and it doesn't tell us anything, except that he's running a sham. He hasn't been to a remote location in years. Amazon rainforest, pyramids of Giza, they're all just made in New Jersey. Look, there's Gwen. I mean, of course it was filthy, we just cleaned it, Cal. What are you doing here? This is private property. If you don't leave now, I'll arrest you for trespassing. Really? Because what you're doing here may not get you arrested, but the press would certainly find it interesting. Fine. What do you want? Stunt double? When was the last time Henry's stunt double had a physical? I can get you his records, but I don't see what good it will do. What about his entourage? Does he have an entourage? Why, do you think that they gave him the disease? Apparently the right answer was soundstage. Why are you faking Henry's exotic adventures on this soundstage? I don't know if you've noticed, but he's an old man. How often does Henry use his cell phone? Do you think he got his disease from using his mobile phone too much? What does Henry's age have to do with the fakery? How much travelling do you do when you're 71? Are there any other reasons you're duping the public? The thinking was, if we faked his adventures, we could lower production costs. Because it's cheaper was the answer. Well, then we should probably follow up about production costs. Why are production costs so high? Because of his increasingly high salary. Well done, Henry. Live that dream. Don't let the conversation wander. When was the last time he actually went to a foreign country? He hasn't been outside of Jersey in 10 years. Insurance? At Henry's age, isn't he an insurance risk? He is, which is yet another reason why we stage all of these exotic locales. Thank you for your time. That's actually a fairly decent picture of 13. We promise not to divulge your secret, unless it becomes medically relevant. What are you talking about, House? Okay, I'll say it. He has a new strain of AIDS that could only be found in Malaysia. I have AIDS? How? Why wasn't I told about this? When was he diagnosed with AIDS? It's not your fault, Foreman. If only Henry didn't go to Malaysia. Why? I was never there. I made the whole thing... That is such a reaction image. Ugh. And cut. Print. That's a wrap. You're horrible, House. Props. Do any of your props or costumes come from foreign countries? No. Why? Are they contaminated with something? So, Henry, why did you turn this office into a den of lies? And don't blame video games or rap music. I'm pretty sure you don't even know what those things are. I'm not as active as I seem on TV. I can't jet around the world like I used to. Fake tan? When you do travel, do you always use sunblock? Why do I have a skin condition? Yes, the big book of British smiles. Yes, Mirage. Why fake your trip to Malaysia? The elderly are my core audience. If they knew how frail I was, I'd lose them. Press the subject a little further. Are you addicted to anything? Drugs? Alcohol? And I know Murder, She Wrote reruns are addictive, but they don't count. Do you really think I look like a drug addict? I think you look like a raisin, but that's not the point. So, it would be a problem if those reporters outside knew about this? Oh god, the press would have a field day if my secret got out. Press the subject further. Fakery. When you fake your exotic locations, what kind of paint do they use for the stage sets? Is it lead-based? You think I have brain damage? I would say yes, but I'd just be taking a jab against your inferior intelligence. Because you lied, we might not be able to get to the source of your symptoms in time. I'm not a big fan of honesty, but was it worth it? Was it worth it to maintain the lifestyle to which I have grown accustomed? I think so! He says he has no regrets. His only regret is that he has bonitis. That leather jacket over there probably cost more than you make in a month. But what you don't know is I get paid in leather jackets. We do get a score, Kaladin, based on how well we do with the procedures and how many of these we guess wrong on the first attempt. Keep pressing the subject. What about your hairstyle? That full head of hair of yours, is it real or stapled on toupee? I have a natural full head of hair. Why? What were you doing the day before you went to Malaysia? And that's not a euphemism for got an Asian hooker. Nothing much. I hang around the house, read some books, did some yard work. He did some gardening. Keep pressing the subject. Tell me the whole truth. Is there anything else that you've been lying to us about? Are you secretly a hot young woman? No, I really am an archaeologist and a seasoned world traveller. I've just had to slow down a little. If you slowed down any more, well, I don't want to say you'd be dead, but you would be dead-ish. Well, thanks for your time. Oops, he steps on the leather jacket. Yeah, sorry, Chase. Our patient is the Milli Vanilli of archaeologists. Or the Ashley Simpson, depending on your pop cultural reference point. Oh, cut him some slack. He's an old man. You can't expect him to be as active as he used to be. How could Henry have a foreign disease when he hasn't been anywhere foreign? No, it's vengeance for saying he doesn't earn as much. The disease isn't anything foreign, it's local. As local as Cuddy's last one-night stand. Taub, 13, come up with some local diagnoses. Chase, you decide which diagnosis is right. I mean, all of them prove your hero is a fraud, but still. Oh, the reporter is back, and he gets whacked in the nads. And you can quote me on that. Chase, stand up. Okay, people, today we're going to do things a bit differently. We're going to have Chase here decide which of your diagnoses are correct, and which are, as Henry would say, balderdash. Anyway, Chase, I don't want you to feel pressured. If you choose the wrong diagnosis, your hero could die, so don't stress out about it. I'm not. Good, so what have you got? Okay, find the possible diagnosis that matches with the word and then flick very strongly. We've discovered you have to flick super strongly. It's a 3-word thing, so... It has to be rat, doesn't it? But flea is too many letters. None of these actually fit. None of these fit. Ah, the cat one might. Cat, scratch. Let me get cat. There we go. Cat scratch disease. He's been around a lot of animals. He has various animal bites and scratch marks. It would give him flu-like symptoms, and it explains the fever, the chills, and the abdominal pain. I wish I could say something, but it isn't my father figure surrogate who's at death's door. Speaking of which, Chase. No swollen lymph nodes. And he's not exhibiting any altered mental status. He hasn't been scratched by a cat. That would be pretty important, don't you think, Chase? Come on, your fake Indiana Jones in there is dying. Next. The first thing has to be V. Virus, but the first word is too long, so it's not that one. It's not the human one. Is there a third thing with virus? I think there's a light green thing underneath these that I can't... Yeah. Herpes simplex. Come on. Flick up, goddamn you. There we go. Herpes simplex. Herpes? You've got to be kidding me. He's a public figure, he meets a lot of people, and it explains the abdominal pressure, fever, and pain. But he's had no mouth sores, no genital itching, no blisters. Can you stop talking about old people's genitals for 1 minute, Chase? It's just gross. Two words. The only one that is... No, it's not 2 words. It's just broken up the thing into 2. It ends in an A and it starts in an M, so we'll go with macular globulopemia. No, it starts with M-E. Methaglobula. No, but it's got a C in the middle. So, meningococemia. Am I just not flicking strongly enough? There we go. Just not flicking strongly enough. It could be bacterial. Meningococemia. It's prevalent this time of year. It would explain the rash and muscle fatigue, but his cough is dry and there's no nausea. Besides, it usually affects small children. And although he's whiny and wears diapers, he doesn't count. And Taub comes out swinging. Not with anything useful like a diagnosis, but still. Second letter A. Fifth letter I. That thing. No, but it's I and then an O. So, Berylicillin. No, but its second letter is A. Am I just blind? It must be this one. Nah, fail. The symptoms match. Cone dystrophy. No. Far disease? No. Leg disease? No. No, it must be but it ends in an E. It can't be dystrophy. Lyme disease. There we go. Barbiosis sounds fake. They match Lyme disease even more. Even more? What are you, 8? No, she's 13. Keep up. Look, whether he was in Malaysia or New Jersey, he has tick bites. Yeah, we're gonna have to time you out, Super Cheese, for hinting. And the tick that carries babesiosis also carries Lyme disease, which is what he has. Let's make this a little easier. I'm sorry, did I say easier? I meant more like a game show. Chase, make 2 columns. One for babesiosis and one for Lyme disease. What do we know about it? Find the possible diagnosis that matches the word. 2 M's in the middle, summer. There we go. The infection only occurs in summer unless transmitted by blood transfusion. And Lyme disease, what does it look like? Baseball. Bunions. Bug bites? No, it looks like a bullseye. Except that it... There we go. Isn't accepting my flicks. It's a rash and looks like a bullseye. Is that all we know? Remember, his life hangs in the balance. Well, we also know what'll happen if we do this. And we know that there's no bullseye pattern to the rash. And it's June, so it's babesiosis. Good work, Chase. Go get Cameron and test... Ooh, we are going to have Cameron, and that's girl's name. I've recognized it, but did not remember early enough. Foreman, 13. Get a chest x-ray. Torb, do an LP. After that, clean my office. What? Why? Because Chase did something obnoxious, but I can't punish him. He doesn't work for me. I have to exact my petty revenge on someone. Why me? Beats me, I have issues. Like, my office is a mess. You need to... Yeah, here, Cal. We get told off for not doing a good enough job. You've got to concentrate harder if you want to continue to work here. We didn't even get a pass mark. I feel like a trained puppy. Why do we just drop everything whenever House calls us? You're doing this because you miss playing Nancy Drew. Oh, God! We could play some Nancy Drew. I'm doing it to help a sick old man. This would therefore make the perfect fake-out game. And, look, I know what you want me to say, but I'm not going to say it. Really, what do I want you to say? That I want to save Henry because he was a childhood hero of mine, and he represents a father figure, one who fills the gap left by my real, deceased father. I couldn't have said it better myself. Wait, no, I was just saying that that's what I was not going to say. Too late, you already said it. So what exactly does House want us to do? He wants us to conduct an immunofluorescence array to test for babesiosis. Your performance has been shaky. You're on probation until it improves. I don't want to make you nervous, but I'm closely monitoring your performance during these lab procedures. Okay, it's blood spinny time again. Remember making poffins and just pretend we're making poffins. Use the Bunsen burner to heat this sample for testing. Adjust the temperature dial to increase the intensity of the flame, maintaining an optimum temperature indicated by the green area on the left temperature gauge. You've got to concentrate harder. Okay, it's actually a continuum. I thought they were trying to say use the plus and minuses, which they aren't. It's actually a continuum. Okay, this thing again. Open valves 1 to 6. Oh no, 1 and 6, my bad. Make sure valves 9, 10, 11, and 12 are closed. Make sure valves 7 and 8 are open. Keep the motors spinning. Close valve 7 and 8. Open valve 11. Keep motor C spinning. Close valve 11. Open valve 12. Spin motor D. We spin D right round, baby. Blood analysis complete. The slide didn't emit fluorescence. Henry doesn't have babesiosis. This means House and his flunkies need to keep testing. I wonder what your father, I mean Henry Richter, would say if he saw that his son was a flunky to a pill-popping mad scientist. Are you quite done? Consider yourself lucky. Henry has to spend even more time around House than you do. You're right, the poor bugger. Great job. But wipe that confident smirk off your face. This one looks horrible. The picture of him on the left looks pretty decent, but the one on the right is terrifying. Hey! Almost full score. Wow, that needle reminds me of some of the blow darts they have in the Ecuadorian highlands. Did you really go to the Ecuadorian highlands? What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Listen, I might have engaged in some chicanery of late, but for decades I truthfully went to every location across the four corners of the globe. Now I want you to truthfully tell me, is it necessary to stick that harpoon in me? Sorry, Henry, it is. You might have meningococcosemia, and we have to do a lumbar puncture to find out. We only accidentally boiled some blood. You've been doing great lately. If you need a consult on anything, I'll be happy to help. Take your time collecting the cerebrospinal fluid in the next procedure. Perform a lumbar puncture to collect the cerebrospinal fluid surrounding the spinal cord. Select the sponge and rub it on the skin to cleanse it. Select the lidocaine syringe and inject it into the 4 spots surrounding the spinal area. How did that not count as... Okay. Select the long needle from the tray and insert it between the vertebrae. Pick up the collection vial. Collect 4 drops each. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Remove the needle. Enough fluid has been collected. You can get up now, Henry. We should have your results fairly soon. Ugh, hopefully I never have to go through that again. Listen, about what I said earlier, it's okay. You've got scruples and I respect that. Thank you. Your boss, on the other hand, we had someone like him in our unit in Korea. We'd always joke about turning him over to the enemy because they deserved him. But I don't know if anyone deserves your boss. Keep it up and I'm going to get you a mug that says World's Greatest Doctor. Please, please, you give me too little credit. Full score even though we poked him a bunch of times, making him go, ooh, ooh, ooh. You've tested negative for babesiosis. So we need to keep digging. For an old guy, you're a whiz at Photoshop. I'd swear the photos were real. You think I'm a fraud, don't you? Doesn't matter what I think, but yes, I do think that you're a fraud. Do you know what, Dr. House? Millions of seniors see me as a role model. Tell me why that's a bad thing. Because you aren't a role model. You're a charlatan. If I can help just one person... Oh, stop. I'm getting all sentimental. And I'll stab myself in the eye with this syringe just to make you shut up. Can't breathe! A little help here? What happened? Pericarditis. From the looks of it, get him on the respirator. Stat. Pick up the laryngoscope. This thing, place it in the patient's mouth. Move the tongue out of the way. Now insert the endotracheal tube. How? How? Where do you want me to put it? Where do you want me to put it? There? Okay, there. Replace the laryngoscope. Take the bulb and pump it. You don't like this guy, do you? That's not how it's done. Get out of the way. I'll take it from here. You're infuriating. Get it right next time. 0! I've got Henry's chest x-ray. This other one is from the patient with clean lungs. I think Henry has pneumonia. Let me see that. Compare the normal x-ray on the top screen with Henry's x-ray on the bottom. Indicate... Oh god, it's find the difference. This. I'm missing one. There? And I did so well on the first 7. Slightly darker there? There's more mess here? Yeah, I don't see it. Well, we can take a brute force approach. What did I miss? It's got an anti-brute force thing. Left 2/3 of the way up? That? That! Okay. You're right, these spots on his lungs indicate some kind of atypical viral pneumonia. Well, at least that narrows it down. We'll have to go tell House. Good work, assuming you've really, really low standards. Oh, come on, I spotted 7 of the 8, like, instantly. You have some sort of atypical viral pneumonia. G'day, Sergeant Cookie. Is that bad? It's atypical, so yes, it's bad. Family? Do any of your family been sick lately? And I don't mean sick of you. My family has been fine. He has had mouse bites. Perhaps a change of subject. Friends? What about your friends, the ones that are still alive? Most of my friends are elderly. Their health isn't what it used to be. But they're doing as well as can be expected. Try a follow-up question. Do you smoke? Do you smoke cigarettes, or maybe you're partial to the stuff those damn hippies call the wacky weed? No, I don't smoke. That stuff will kill you. Good man. Gwen, are you having an affair with her? Has Gwen been ill in the past few weeks? Has she been healthy enough to go about her daily routine of luring lost children into her gingerbread house? No, she never gets sick. Of course not. She bathes in the blood of virgins, and that keeps her healthy. An environmental question could help. Suspicious? Have you noticed anything suspicious around the house? Leaky pipes, animal droppings, mouldy mahjong tiles. Well, the air conditioner needs to be repaired. Ah. It's, what is it? Templar? It's some sort of vaguely night-sounding name, isn't it? The one that you get from old air conditioner liquid. Legionnaires, there we go. Knights Templar disease, Legionnaires. The conversation is getting off topic. Where did you get those bite marks on your hands and feet? Tell me they're not hickeys. I got them during my travels over the years. Knights Templar disease. Oh. And what filthy things bit you? Your grandkids? The usual rats, ticks, bugs. Check his Temple of Doom for toxins. Let's take a look around. Okay, but I'm not chasing any more crazy middle-aged women. Well, I'm a crazy middle-aged woman. Are you going to chase me? Do you even have to ask? Locate 10 clues. Yeah, and see, Cal, it's not that there are red and green items. There's just... This is a hot-cold-o-meter, and when you get near an item that you actually need, it goes green. Like this dripping faucet. Or this bird crap. I mean, no, canonically she has a fatal degenerative disease. Sucks to be her. Potted plant. A lawnmower? A septic tank sample. I feel like we've looped around. Some lilies. And apparently he has a bunny rabbit nest. He has myxomatosis? Khaleesi's? Can humans even get myxomatosis? I thought we designed it to only be an animal thing. Wow, this lawnmower smells really bad. Clean it out to see what's causing the foul odor. Yes, because twisting a wrench up and down is how you... whatever. Now that the nut is removed, slide the blade off to the side. Pull out the clumps of grass using the stylus. Great, I have to put up with House's nonsense and a dead rabbit. How gruesome, the poor bunny. Somehow I don't think an old man wielding a lawnmower has the speed and strength to do a hit and run on a rabbit. I'm guessing the rabbit was already dead when it happened. But from what? Good question. Looks like Henry's maid has been slacking off. Come on, myxomatosis. This table is covered in dust. You're not kidding. Well, at least we know one thing. What's that? If this is where he got sick, it could be any number of things that are responsible. Hey, Mr. Richter, it's Ronald. I'm really sorry, but I seem to have come down with the flu. I finished most of the planting by the pond, but I couldn't finish the mowing. I tried to fix the lawnmower, but I didn't have the right tools. I was going to come back today, but now I'm not feeling so good. Ah, now this guy's got it as well. It looks like Ronald's coming down with the same symptoms. One of us should get in contact with him. It's a good thing for you that Henry's a big fan of fridge magnets. He left Ronald's phone number right here. House. Cuddy will be back in any minute. All right, show me. Good. Cuddy's online history. Here we go. It looks like Cuddy has ordered a vintage Les Paul electric guitar via an online auction. Given the size and shape, it would fit in the package that was delivered. So what's the big deal? Since when does she play an instrument? Why do you care? I care because it's interesting. Why is the guitar so important to Cuddy? And why didn't she want me to know about it? You know, you're doing it again. Doing what? Turning your relationship with Cuddy into a mystery to be solved. She isn't a mystery. Ah, but aren't all women a mystery? Cuddy's just a mystery with really great taste in push-up bras. Is this really worth it, House? Blasphemy. Aren't you even a little bit curious? I'm leaving, House. You don't even want to see what kind of porn Cuddy likes? Oh, it's the scene end music. Hello, Roland. I'm Dr. Chris Taub, a colleague of Dr. Eric Foreman's. I believe he spoke to you on the phone. We're part of Henry Richter's diagnostic team, and I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions. Hey, the T for teen is right there on the box. Sure, come in, Dr. Taub. Are you able to maybe clear away some of these tissues? Oh, sorry. Oh, false alarm. There you go, Dr. Taub. Sick kids? Do you have any sick kids, mate? Are you around children often? They are disease carriers. Nah, don't have no kids. How often do you work for Dr. Richter? Oh, sorry, Mr. Richter. Generally a couple of times a week. How did you get so sick? I don't know. Could be the sushi I ate last night. Ask a follow-up question. Sick sushi. What was so odd about the sushi? It just seemed, well, maybe it's all in my head. Did you drink? Do you ever drink? Do drugs? A few beers now and then, but that's it. When was the last time you were at Henry's house? I was at Mr. Richter's place the other day, doing general landscaping, planting and such. Loading. This would never fly in Australia? Why, Cal? Recent work, housework, physical work. Everyone has denied using illicit drugs up to this point. Are there any other chores you do around Henry's house? Nope, only landscaping and general yard work. Why did Henry have you over there? And actually, Cal, if anything, it's the other way round. This game was released here, but it wasn't released in the USA. Why did Henry have you over there just the other day? You're aware he's in hospital, right? Yes, Mr. Richter called me a few days ago and said he was too sick to finish his yard work. It's doubtful, Cal. It was made by an American company or a Canadian company. It very much seems unlikely. Animal hazards makes the most sense, seeing as we think it's the bunny rabbit. As a landscaper, have you ever come into contact with animal poo? Of course, it's an occupational hazard. Okay, visit Henry. Have you visited Henry in hospital? No, should I? So, Henry wasn't actually there the other day, when you were there. Of course not. He was in hospital, like you said. Yes. Yes. Keep pressing the subject. Allergies? Are you allergic to bunny rabbits? Do you have any allergies? If I did this, it would be a strange career choice. Do you have any respiratory disorders? Do you have a history of respiratory disorders? 'Cause you're not at war? No. Henry is supposedly the right answer. When was the last time you saw him face to face? Oh, I haven't seen him in a few weeks now. Collect more info on Roland's illness. Do you have pain? When you cough? Not really. Do you have any symptoms? Cough. That's really annoying, but I suppose it was... I have pains, and I cough, but the chest pains are not when I cough. Boo! My arm muscles hurt, and I'm tired all the time, and it's sometimes hard to breathe. This is a big help. I'll be in contact with you soon. Can I reach you at this number? Yes. Except the flu is kicking my butt, so I might not pick up. Elisa? Is this the, yeah, this was the anorexic lady. Hi, Dr. House. When I said I wanted to see more of you, this isn't what I meant. I meant I wanted you to be fatter. You're still the same weight. You aren't any skinnier. I know. I can't bring myself to eat. But my stomach still hurts. I don't know what's wrong with me. What about those candies? What candies? I don't eat candies. Sure you did. You left behind a trail of candy wrappers earlier. You're like a not-so-plump version of Hansel and Gretel. Oh, that. Sometimes I eat the candy wrappers. For the past few weeks, I've had a craving for paper. And you didn't think to tell me about it? Is it important? You have pica. What's that? Pica is an eating disorder that makes you crave non-nutritional substances. Like paper, it often affects people with mental disabilities or psychiatric disorders. So I'm a crazy? I'm not finished. It also affects pregnant women. When was the, last time you had sex? I told you, 4 or 5 weeks ago, but I used protection. Are you sure? I guess the condom did rip a little. Stomach pain, pica, recent sexual activity. You've got a little scrap of paper in the oven. I'm pregnant? Get ready to be a lot less skinny. Why have we got X-Files music? So you interviewed the retard. He's not a retard, House, and could you be any more crass? Whatever they're calling it to be politically correct these days. You interviewed the idiot. Henry is sick, the idiot is sick. Roland isn't as sick as Henry. Yes, but it's obvious they've got the same symptoms. Roland will soon be as sick as Henry. Whatever they have, they must have both picked it up at Henry's house, because they couldn't have gotten it from each other. And I don't think so, Cal, because it very specifically on the box here you'll see, race against the clock to solve 5 thrilling new cases. Why don't you and Chase go check the samples closest to where Roland was working? How are we supposed to figure out which of the samples was closest to where the landscaper was working? Well, an easy way would be to take the samples and put them on a map so that they match up to where they were in the photos. You didn't read the fine print? It's right here on screen. Use the photographs to determine the location of each piece of evidence, then place each piece of evidence in the corresponding position on the map. The gnome is vaguely here. Here? Here. How do I stamp down the gnome? The lily is here. Okay, what about this vial of water? The vial of water is here. It's interesting that that semi extends up into the top screen, but it said place them on the map. I'm trying to place them on the map where I see them in the pictures, Sergeant Cookie. The bird poo is on this bit of the thing. Right? This is here. Which is near this tree and covered by where this camera is. Right? Or these were these flowers, right? Or maybe those flowers? In either case, it belongs vaguely under these trees. Yeah, that is definitely ahead of the tree here, yet they've placed it behind the tree on the map. So don't get on my case, Sergeant Cookie, when they don't actually match. This should be here. And thank you about the log in foreground, then flower, then tree, then other tree. Log, flower should be between log and center of tree, and it isn't. It's behind the other tree. Okay, they want that to be the corner of that. That actually makes some sense. Now, the red thing. The water. We said the water should be this stuff. Maybe it counts as inside the... I mean, we got the water from the hose, right? And the hose is just right of this. Oh, sorry, just left of this. So it should be vaguely here. Maybe this is the septic tank and not the water thing, in which case it was near the gazebo? Which is there? Purple. Purple is directly on the log. And yet, no. Ooh. Okay, there's the septic one, because it's pooey, and it is where we think. Are you this water? You are. What is the blue one, then? It's lake water. Holy! Okay. This? I have no idea what these are meant to be or where they're supposedly from. I'm going to take this to be the stuff that we got out of the lawnmower. Ah, if you hold and click, it tells us. Well then, rotted log. Also, this seems like hugely... The text and the bubble don't match the rest of the art style of the game. This feels like it's been left in from, like, early dev. Rabbit nest. Rabbit nest was in the corner. Behind the trees. But apparently not. It's apparently in front of the tree, even though it's clearly behind the tree. And lastly, red. What are you? Dead rabbit. Dead rabbit was in the lawnmower. Which has changed to being next to the outdoor barbecue. Okay. All the evidence is now in place. Wait a minute. When Ronald first got sick, he was near the pond, planting. The rabbit's nest was right next to the pond. Ronald was right near the rabbit's nest when he was planting, and Henry had been mowing near the rabbit's nest as well. I think the rabbit is our prime suspect. When he was mowing the lawn, he must have inadvertently mowed over the rabbit and released something into the air. He's got myxomatosis. Now, all we have to do is figure out what? What that something is. What's up, Doc? Good Lord, that's fur from a rabbit's nest. That joke I made was in terribly poor taste. I had no idea. Based on the pulmonary findings from the chest x-ray, we're going to need to do a PCR test on the rabbit sample. My kind of doctor is older, Salah. We're more legit. I don't need a trade to fall back on. Use this Bunsen burner to heat the sample for testing. Come on, hurry up, get in the green. Okay, the subject has been successfully heated. Now the blood sample analyzer machine again. Opens valves 1 and 3. Make sure valves 9, 10, and 11 and 12 are closed. Make sure valves 7 and 8 are open. Spin motors A and B. Close valve 7 and 8. Open valve 11. Spin motor C. Close the valve. Open the next valve. Spin the last motor. Success. Okay, find the microbe. Red ones. Apparently I only want to find red ones now? Red one. Last time we wanted to find all the different kinds. Red one. Good job, but don't let it go to your head. Almost full grades. Okay, House, it turns out that the rabbit fur tested positive for pneumonic tularemia. Pneumonic tularemia. Pneumonic tularemia. Discover all the ideas by removing them from House's brain. It's time to get our little grey cells to work. Hit each idea 3 times to remove it. Move the paddle with the stylus to... We've got to play Pong. Oh no, it's not Pong, it's Brickle. Discover all 10 ideas to unlock an epiphany. Oh, come on! There we go. Of course! It now all makes sense. Look at how much they've smoothed his face in this. That is some high-level Photoshop smoothing. Of course, Henry has tularemia. Now it all makes sense. Is it? Would you care to enlighten me? Are you kidding? Where would the fun be in that? That's all, folks. SOS. We're sending out an SOS. So, Henry couldn't just be like any other old person and lay around in the Barker Lounger all day. He had to go out and mow the lawn and be active, didn't he? So this is really his own fault. What are you talking about, House? Vampire Lestat has pneumonic tularemia. While Henry was mowing the lawn, the tularemia bacteria is released into the air in which he breathes. See? All Henry's fault. Very simple. The airborne tularemia particles blow everywhere, spreading to his throat and lungs and his heart. So the pericarditis was a complication of the tularemia. Henry will be okay as long as he gets immediate treatment. Start him on a combination of atovaquone and azanthramycin. Which isn't to say that he won't just go on doing some other stupid thing he has no business doing. I can't say trauma center specifically appeals. This appeals because I like house, Sergeant Cookie. I like getting out of bed in the morning. Henry! What are you doing? Let me in. So, you mean to tell us that all this time your adventures have all taken place on a soundstage in suburban New Jersey? That's exactly what I'm telling you. Why are you admitting this now? I got sick of lying to people. Just felt it was time to come clean. Dr. House, what are you doing? I'm sorry, Mr. Richter is not receiving visitors. What are you? Let me in there. Henry, this is career suicide. Henry! Globetrotting is now available for free play in the episode's menu. Overall an A. Here is your next case. Are you ready to begin? Yes. Listen, you moronic subhuman cretin. I'm running a very tight ship here, and when I tell you to bring me my lunch at 1, I don't mean 1:05. Have you got that? Look, Lana, I've been working for you for... Got that? Yes, ma'am. Get back to your station. Okay, so we have a female Gordon Ramsay. Ugh, I've made a mess of myself. Someone get me a paper towel. You've got to be kidding me. Russell, don't we have any decent paper towels? My hand's still covered in blueberry schmutz. That isn't blueberry schmutz. What do you mean? I'm what? She's turning violet. Quickly, take her to the juicer. Oompa loompa. Call 911. Blue meanie. She's blue. If she was green, she would die. Dabba-dee-dabba-da. Lana Topol. I'm the patient who turned blue. And also apparently got significantly stretched horizontally. Gregory House. I'm the doctor who recognizes the obvious when it's staring right at him. Okay, Dr. Gimpy, let's get some ground rules. You're not going to talk to me like that. Fair enough. You can stay blue for the rest of your life. Good luck with it. Wait! Look, I'm sorry. I'm just in a bad mood. People eating too much colloidal silver? I want to look normal again, okay? As far as you looking normal, that's something you have to take up with a plastic surgeon. But as for your condition, we're going to check out your signs and symptoms. Examine the patient carefully and look for any signs of illness. Penlight the mouth. One sec. Cough, cough, cough. Do we rubber glove your face? No, we rubber glove your Adam's apple. We tell she has a dry throat by rubbing the outside of her throat. And then we... But there's meant to be another one here. We penlight her face. Not her eyes, the bridge of her nose. Loss of consciousness is indicated by the bridge of her nose. Sure. Now her chest. Do we rub her chest? Do we listen to her chest? Do we magnifying glass her chest? She has... Oh, we needed a magnifying glass to tell that she has blue skin. Wow. And then we rub her tummy, give her some belly rubs, and find out that she has stomach pain. A chef has turned blue in the middle of her restaurant. Either she just had sex with Willy Wonka or... Well, actually, I like that idea. But I'll take other suggestions. Osteoporosis. Appendicitis. No. Arachnoiditis. Some sort of spider-based disease. Acanthocytis. Turning into a canthosaur. No. Acrocyanosis. She could have a connective tissue disorder. Acrocyanosis. It explains her blue fingers, but nothing else. Next. Agria? Agria makes people turn blue. It's possible if she used gold flakes in any of those expensive desserts. They could have been swept up and aerosolized into her lungs. Heavy metal poisoning. But it doesn't explain loss of consciousness or vomiting. Speaking of vomit, your diagnosis makes me want to puke. Next. Pulmonary embolism. Abuse doesn't fit. Edema does. But it ends in a Y, so the other edema. Pulmonary edema. If it would let me pick up pulmonary. And if it would accept my flicking, which it really doesn't. There we go, want to do. A pulmonary edema. It can't be. The chest x-rays are normal. You're right, Foreman. Good try, 13. Your chest is way above normal, though, by the way. Next. The blobber does not support this hostile workplace. Find the possible diagnosis. Straight to HR. Aortic aneurysm. Come on, it's clearly this one. Just accept my flicking. Aortic aneurysm. It explains the abdominal pain, the shock, and the lack of consciousness. If she had an aortic aneurysm, she wouldn't have blue skin. She has more like a bluish pallor. Bluish pallor, right. Before I turn blue from strangling myself in despair because of these awful diagnoses, who's going to save me? Aspirin overdose, heroin overdose, nicotine withdrawal. Seems like it fits. No, it doesn't. The R is too soon. Nicotine overdose, then. If I could get the other things to get out of its... There we go. To get out of its way. Nicotine overdose. Nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, and seizures are all symptoms. But the hallmark of nicotine overdose is muscle twitching and cramps, which she doesn't have. Yes, muscle twitching, otherwise known as fasciculation, which sounds like fascination, and since this is anything but fascinating, next. An E in the second word. Ah, it's one big word, so it has to be either this or the mesothabglobulinemia one. Methhemoglobula... Methglobulomia? Methemoglobulinemia. It does explain all the symptoms. Very good, Foreman. And if you like, I'll reward you with a blueberry tart, or a blueberry muffin, a blueberry smoothie, a plush Smurfette doll. You're infuriating. Get it right next time. You weren't fast enough. I mean, that's almost a pass. Looks like our big bad blue-tempered blueberry has methemoglobulinemia. And I kind of love that goblinemia is a thing. So, instead of finding hatred, bile, and evil in her bloodstream, she's probably just got an excessive amount of methemoglobin in there. Who did the arterial blood test? It's weird. I did a pulse oximetry blood test on Lana, and her PO2 indicates an oxygen saturation of over 90%. But Lana's was at 83. There's a gap of 7%. Wow, Turb, you're Jewish and good at math. Amazing, except that you're wrong. Pulse oximetry measures how well lungs carry oxygen to the blood, but not the actual saturation of oxygen in the blood. What color is her blood? Dark? No, it's not dark. You're dark. I think you mean brown. 13. Foreman, test her oxygen saturation levels with a CO oximetry blood test. And while you're at it, see if you can get Lana to make me one of those tinfoil swans. They're really classy. Isn't that Lana's blood? Yep. Let's get this CO oximetry test underway. Your performance has been shaky. You're on probation until it improves. I don't want to make you nervous, but I'm going to monitor you closely during these lab procedures. Spinny, spinny, spinny. Make some poffins. Good. Blood sample thing, we're good at this by now, we know what it does. Open 1 and 2, make sure 9 through 12 are closed. Make sure 7 and 8 are open, spin motors 1 and 2. Close 7 and 8, open 11, oh, no. Yeah, open 11, spin the next motor. Close 11, open 12, spin the last one. Complete. Lana has an unusually high level of methemoglobin in her blood. It's definitely methemoglobin anemia. Great job, but wipe the smirk off your face. A+. Foreman, 13. How did the CO oximetry test go? Lana has got high levels of methemoglobin in her blood, which confirms the diagnosis of methemoglobulinemia. Good work, but how did it get there? It could be antibiotics, dyes, various nitrites. Yes, mooses. We have, There, you go to the patients' houses and workplaces and so forth and do a hidden object garbage minigame. Which leads us to the part where we meddle into Little Girl Blue's sex life. What does this have to do with meddling with Lana's sex life? If we get into nitrites, we get into amyl nitrite, also known as poppers, right, 13? Or it could be benzocyanate, which you can find in various tropical cold sore remedies and painkillers. We're thinking Blue Thunder could be some sort of pervert or deviant. Or she could just be addicted to painkillers. I wonder what that's like. Me too, says House. Anyway, whichever it is, sex or painkillers, we get a really entertaining show. Now I know all of you want to ask Blue's Clues really obnoxious and prying questions about her sex life and possible drug use. Bad news, I'm going to go do it instead. I've just got to have some fun with this job, don't I? What's wrong with me? You're horrible, pushy, loud, obnoxious. Did I say horrible yet? Oh, you meant what's wrong with you medically. You have methemoglobinemia. The good news is, we know that much. The bad news is, we have no idea what's caused it, which is why I have some questions to ask you. Ask about the right topic. Corned beef, her recent diet or recent travel. Have you been out of the country recently? Did you go somewhere where people could actually stand you? Oh my god! My family is from Turkey, but I haven't been there in ages. Did you eat anything right before you turned blue, or were you too busy running around Smurf Village hiding from Gargamel? Let's see, I had corned beef sandwich, French fries, and a bite from my blueberry Danish. Pretty much what I eat every day. Try a follow-up question, to do with corned beef and... How are any of these anything to do with corned beef and blueberries? Drugs. Did you ever use amyl nitrite or poppers during sex? Of course, this assumes you found someone who would have sex with you in the first place. That's none of your business. Do you? Are you coming on to me? You know what they say, once you go blue. An environmental question could help. Makeup, allergies, or home? Home makes the most sense. Are there any chemicals in your home, antidepressants, or anything else that horrible bitchy people use to make themselves more palatable? Just the stuff in my medicine cabinet, NyQuil, Tylenol, that sort of thing. Try a follow-up question. Unconscious, restaurant, or pool? When you first lost consciousness, how long were you out? And how many kick me signs did you find taped to your back when you woke up? It sounds mean when I say it. I was out for an hour or so. Why? Are there any chemicals at your restaurant? Do your co-workers routinely poison you to get you to shut up? Just cooking oil, salt, do those count? The conversation is getting off topic. Diarrhea seems off topic. What is the consistency of your diarrhea? Is it week-old banana or Jackson Pollock painting? It's more of the latter. Do we have to talk about it? Sorry, just one more follow-up. Is it more like Jackson Pollock's early work or his later pieces? Do you do drugs? Is this what happens when you get high while watching the Blue Man Group? That's an old reference. Certainly not. I've never done drugs in my life. Press the subject a little further. How many cigarettes do you smoke each day? A pack and a half. Do you ever pour a little peach schnapps into the cauldron when you have the other witches over? No, I used to drink. I'm a recovering alcoholic. She's lying about something. How could you tell? She's got more tells than a bad poker player. And even though she's blue, I could tell when she was blushing. Taub, start her on methylene blue. And 13, interview her co-workers. See if they know why she's blue, the colour, not depressed. Although if she's also depressed, that would be helpful to know. Why don't you just take a picture? It'll last longer. Excuse me? I'm sorry. Ever since I turned blue, I feel like everyone's staring at me. Don't worry, Miss Topol. I've seen worse and definitely weirder. We're going to start you on methylene blue. Metallica blue? Well, methylene blue. But yes. Still, giving me anything with blue in the title sounds a little redundant, don't you think? Yes, that's medicine for you. You've been doing great lately. If you need a consult on anything... Wilson and Cuddy are so bipolar. You're terrible. I'm going to monitor you. You're fantastic. I'm happy to consult with you. You're terrible. I'm monitoring you. You've done a great job so far. This next procedure should be easy for you. Medicate the patient. Tap the screen to continue. Press the indicated buttons as they reach the manifold to medicate the patient. Oh god, it's a DDR. You actually want to push it when it's in this bit, not reached where you press the button, which is what I first thought it wanted. But the sound cues tell me. Now let's try an additional medication. Apparently I'm slightly too early on the blue one. Are there 4 separate IVs? No, they merge here. You can see that all 4 then go into a single pipe that goes into the lady. Now let's try an additional medication. Too early. Too early. I would have thought that was too late, but apparently it was okay. Is it really 10 FPS? You're getting the game, Nahodoi. You're infuriating. Get it right next time. Come on, that's a pass. 65 out of 100. What now? We'll need to keep you on the methyl blue until we know what's causing your methemoglobinemia. Blue skin. I still can't get over it. You know, I was in a fraternity college, and one time we painted ourselves blue. You're not too good at this whole bedside manner part of the job, are you? I'm better at it than House. You've got that right. So, there I was, fixing a customer's cable box, when all of a sudden it happened. Boom! Boom, you took a dump on the customer's floor? What? No, I got dizzy and fell over. My stomach was really hurting like crazy. So, severe abdominal pain. No, you're not listening. It had nothing to do with my abdominals. It was my stomach. Sir, I think my IQ just went down 50 points from talking to you. Is this guy insulting me? Come on, Ernie. Dr. House is trying to help. Abdominals is another word for your stomach. Oh, so yeah, my abdominals. They was hurtin'. A lot. Okay, let's get inside your cable box and see if all the wires are twisted. Examine the patient carefully and look for signs of illness. I mean, his face has an illness. Those eyes, good lord, those eyes. Select the right topic to ask about. Have you been exposed to radiation recently? No. Have I been contaminated with something? Have you had a blood transfusion? No. We were meant to ask about how often he poops, because it all comes down to poo. The number one clue is your number two. How often do you get headaches? I'm assuming you don't get them at Mensa meetings. I get headaches nearly every day. More. Do we pen light your mouth? Do we pen light your eyes? Yeah, this really should be on the eyes rather than the bridge of the nose, but whatever. We've learnt that bridge of the nose actually equals eyes. Select the right topic to ask about, your work conditions. Do you ever find yourself rooting around in chimneys? That's a question I only ask cable guys, Santa impersonators, and old-time cat burglars. Yeah, a lot of my work is done in chimneys. Do we rub his beard? We give his beard a rub? Then we stethoscope his chest. Shortness of breath. Then we push his tummy. Stomach pain. Select the right topic to ask about. Cramps. How long have you had these stomach cramps? And since you're a cable guy, do the cramps stop by any time between 10 AM and 6 PM? I've been having them for months. And finally, his legs. Rub his legs. Weakness in his feet. Queasiness? Pets? Or concentration? Do you have any pets? I don't have no pets, no. Queasiness. Do you get nauseous often? A lot. Sometimes I need to lie down. Come on, Dr. House. What do you think? Am I sick? Calm down, Ernie. Give the doctor a chance. Monica, I'm running late for my next service call. If I don't make it, I don't make a living, and we don't get to eat. Well, Ernie, I think you'll be able to keep your family on goober grape and microwave meatloaf dinners for another week. I know what's wrong with you. Really? You have carbon monoxide poisoning. Don't we breathe carbon monoxide? No, we breathe carbon dioxide. Carbon monoxide poisoning comes from inhaling exhaust fumes. A lot of the homes you go to probably have blocked chimneys, don't they? Well, yeah, how did you know? The blocked chimney can cause carbon monoxide to leak into your clients' homes. You breathe it in and you get the mother of all tummy aches. Daddy has a tummy ache? He certainly does. He also has an empty head. What do I do? We'll run a blood test to confirm. The good news is, if it is carbon monoxide poisoning, it's very easily treatable. Just get out into the fresh air more. Stop breathing in all of the crap. I'll make sure he does, Dr. House. Wait, you said it was good news. What's the bad news? You're still a cable guy. Oh, little cable guy, you dropped this. Thanks. Someone bit it. Thanks, Doc. Hi, I'm Dr. Hadley. Lana Topol is a patient of mine. Lana, you mean the blue meanie? Russell, stop. We're not going to turn blue too, are we? No, nothing like that. We're just trying to get to the bottom of it, and we have a few questions. Collect info on Lana. Politeness. Does Lana often say inappropriate things? She's mean, but inappropriate? I don't know. Behavior. Has Lana been exhibiting any strange behavior lately? Strange? Good God, she's the queen of mood swings. Russell! Although one time she did knock my Zen garden off my workstation. Try a follow-up question. Depression. We were told to ask about it. Would you say that she's depressed? No, I think she just likes to make the rest of us depressed. Why? Are there any instances in particular that you can remember? Strange behavior? At her workstation, I saw these little white crystals, or maybe it was white powder, I don't know. And then the other day, she went to the bathroom for a really long time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Uh-oh. Press the subject a little further. The Australian Censor Board might be getting after me. Bladder control? Do you know if she perhaps has a history of bladder problems? In a perfect world, someone like her would wet herself constantly. But alas, no. Does Lana take a particularly long time performing other tasks? When she's gassy, she really lets it out slow, if that's what you're asking. Lana takes a long time apologizing. In fact, she's never apologized to some people. Not that some people have noticed. Did she say anything when she came back from the bathroom? I don't remember her going to the bathroom for a particularly long amount of time. Well, she did, and when she got back, she was smiling ear to ear, and she had something white on her nose. Keep pressing the subject. The white stuff. She's been eating too many Oreos. Did either of you smell or taste the white stuff at the workstation? There's a lot of negative energy at her workstation, so I steer clear from it. You mentioned seeing something white on her nose. Could you elaborate? I couldn't tell if it was baking powder or maybe she was snorting cocaine in there. Cocaine? Russell, come on. Although that would explain the white stuff I saw at her workstation. Does she have a self-esteem issue? Does she have any self-esteem problems? Are you kidding? She has too much. She's full of esteem. Lana used to be an alcoholic. Do you think she might have had a relapse? I don't know about that. Even that white stuff at her workstation. Well, it could have been salt, you know. Yeah, we don't know for sure, although I saw her sipping cooking sherry in the kitchen the other day. No, did you really? Did I say sipping? I mean guzzling like she was a drowning woman in the desert. And that it was water. That doesn't quite make sense, but the drowning in that sentence seems weird. What does Lana act like when she's drunk? Pretty much the same as she acts when she's sober. But Not quite as mean. Oh, wow. How long ago did you see her drinking sherry? A day or two before the incident? I hope she gets the help she needs. Are you sure, Russell? I haven't seen her take a drink in ages. Thank you for your time. We'll be in touch if there are any changes to her condition. Come back anytime. Scene change music. I just talked to... Sorry to interrupt. House. Oh my god, she looks... That does not look good. This one looks better. House, what do you think you're doing changing Mrs. Weisinger's file? What? She had a heart attack? Yes, she did, but you changed the label from Miss Weisinger to Mr. Weisinger. She's a woman, House. Barely. Excuse me? Don't you think she'd make a pretty convincing man? It would explain her mustache. Wait, don't go. You'll want to hear this. It's about Lana Topol. The blue woman? See, I can tell you're already interested. Continue. As I was saying, I just talked to Lana's co-workers, Russell and Claire. Russell is convinced that Lana is a coke addict and alcoholic. Interesting. Lana does say she's a recovering alcoholic. She could have fallen off the wagon. An addict is an addict. Says the man who is addicted to sex. But Taub is right. We're hunting for white powder and liquor refreshment. Or anything else that classifies as an addictive substance. 13. Foreman, search her workstation. Let me know if you come across any adorable cartoon rats who can cook. Taub, search Smurfette's giant mushroom for toxins. Oh, and take Cameron with you. Wait, what? You can't fool me. I know you're itching to get in on the detective action again. You're drawn in like a moth to a flame, a sexy nubile. A sexy nubile moth. He's turned into Zap Brannigan. Even if you're right, which you're not, why the hell would I go rooting around in someone else's home? Those days are over, House. You'll do it because A, you really want to, and B, if you find anything of consequence, I'll arrange for you and Chase to have a swanky meal at Lara's restaurant when this is all over. If you act now, I'll throw in extra swank. House, I couldn't care less. Fine, turn me down. After all, you go out to 5-star restaurants every night, right? You're serious? I'm as serious as Mr. Weisinger's heart attack. They're poor doctors, Cal. How could they possibly afford a meal out at a restaurant? Oh, you and your silly little details. So, this is where the magic happens, eh? You mean where Lana cooks up all her delicious meals? No, I mean this is where she turned blue. Alright, let's look around. Chase's debts? What debts? I don't know what else I'm supposed to associate with alcoholism, though. Seriously, what else am I meant to associate? Okay, there's two things there. We just had to click on the lock, Super Cheese. A locked box alone was suspicious enough. I bet there's something important in the cabinet. Maybe the wine bottles are a clue to the padlock's combination. Drag the bottles off the shelf with the stylus, place them in the correct order, and tap on the lock to try the combination. 217, 212, 17. 15, 12, 15, 17. Is it really just a brute force try every combination of things? It looks like it's really just a brute force try every combination of things. This isn't even a puzzle then. It does at least tell you when you've gotten one right. So we can just exhaustive tree search all the options and eliminate or solve for one variable at a time. Great! The padlock is open. Let's see what's in the cabinet. I don't see any white powder anywhere. Yeah, but I do see a lot of alcohol. Think Lana really did fall off the wagon? Either that or she uses a lot of cooking sherry. Let's take this back to house. Wilson. House, I was thinking maybe today, after lunch, we could go by the guitar shop and pick you up a new guitar. Really? We've got to talk about your increasingly bizarre obsession with Cuddy's guitar. Fine, I've got a window of 30 seconds. Shoot. We came dangerously close to getting caught in her office the other day, and I'm worried about what you'll do next. It's kind of too late for that. What do you mean? Where are you? Well, that's the thing. You're in her house, aren't you? Can't talk now. I only have so much time before her annoyingly wishy-washy neighbor next door decides to ignore the money I've given him and calls the cops. Here's a tip. Wilson, never try to bribe the guy that runs the neighborhood watch program. But House! Sorry, I've got to go. Damn it. Whoa, look at this pigsty. I thought chefs were supposed to be all about cleanliness. Well, the emphasis is on supposed to be. Look at this spread. It's a lot of deli food. Our blue meanie sure likes her salt. You've obviously never seen Chase go to town on a bag of potato chips. Come on, let's go through our stuff. The first person to find a liquor bottle buys lunch. Locate 11 clues that might lead to a diagnosis of her condition. Apparently a sandwich is a clue. So is a salt shaker. So is a potted plant. Canker gel. A box of probably not Girl Scout cookies. Detergent. A crumpled up letter. Potato chips. Well, fried chips. A dust buster. Unfold the crumpled paper. Play smush the paper. See what's written. It says, "Dear Russell, I haven't slept these past few weeks. Have meant a lot to me. I overheard you talking about breaking things off. I'm very hurt. We're not over. Not by a long shot. You'd better keep me happy if you know what's good for you. Love, Lana." I guess neither of us is buying. I didn't find a single beard can. Me either. Let's take this other stuff to house. So Chase is a salt fiend, eh? After we microwave the popcorn, the guy tears open the empty bag and licks it. He licks the bag because of all the salt that's left behind. That's hardcore. We found plenty of bottles of liquor at Lena's workstation, and in hidden compartments. Why is her head seems wrong here. It looks like Blue's Clues is really Booze Clues. But it doesn't matter. Her alcoholism doesn't explain how she became blue. Get it, Taub? Bluish, like Jewish? I thought you'd like that one. Well, that may not matter, but this does. Cold sore gel, Taub. Afraid that you caught something the last time that we made out? I found it at her apartment. The benzocaine in the cold sore gel might be causing her methaglobulinemia. It's unlikely, maybe benzocaine-laced cocaine. Her erratic behavior suggests possible drug use. Taub, test her hair for cocaine. Does that feel all right? Liv. Oh, Claire, you're a real lifesaver. These are better than sex. Really? Can I? No, they're mine. These cookies are the best thing I've ever... So... Lana, are you okay? My chest hurts. Help here. Code blue. Ba-dum-bum. Tsk. She's unconscious. She's gone into hemolytic crisis. I need a crash cart. The patient is going to arrest. Toggle the switches to charge the defibrillator to 200 joules. Huh? And 90 and 10, sure. Charge to 250. So 140 and 90. And 2 10s, but I can't do 2 10s. And 70 and 30. And 10. Still crashing. 350. We can't do 350? Oh, we can do minuses though. So minus 10. And minus another 30. Phew, the patient is stabilizing. Good job. Hemolytic crisis. So what? She had hemolytic anemia? But what caused it? We had her on methylene blue. That is what's caused it. And there are only so many reactions that methylene blue would cause... only so many reasons why methylene blue would cause hemolytic anemia. Even fewer reasons why it'd also be useless in curing methaglobulinemia. She has a G6PD deficiency. And there's more annoying news. Even more annoying than Chef Boyardee here. Hey, not talking to you, about you. Big difference. Lana's drug test came back. There is no cocaine in her system. Really? I could have sworn. Pipe down, Emerald. No cocaine, which means we have to keep testing until we're the ones that are blue in the face. Oops, what a weirdly appropriate choice of words. Foreman 13, go to a CBC to confirm her G6PD deficiency. You've done a wonderful job. Even though he won't tell you himself, House thinks highly of you. 100 of 100. You've been doing a great job lately. If you need to consult on anything, I'll happily help. I'll lend you a helping hand while you do these procedures. That should help you get them done faster. Spinny, spinny. Yes. Okay. Open valves 1 through 4. No, 1 and 4. Make sure 9, 10, 11 and 12 are closed. Now make sure 7 and 8 are open. Spin the 2 thingamabobs. Close 7 and 8, open 11, spin number 3. Close 11, open 12, spin number 4. Close 12, done. Would you still love me if I turned blue? You really think I'm that shallow? Thank you, Globby. Hey. I see 3 Heinz bodies. Lana definitely has the G6PD deficiency. That clinches it. That is why she went into hemolytic crisis. What do you have there? Soy burger? So you're one of those people who think she can stave off death. Oh no, Mr. Grim Reaper, don't come for me. I'm eating soy. Do I know you? Where are my manners? Grim Reaper, pleased to meet you. I also go by the name of Gregory House. I'm Lana's doctor. Oh, is she still blue? Yes, we need to find out what's clogging her system and making her blue in the face. And her other parts. There's something she's not telling us, which is why I've come to you. Does Lana cut or self-harm? Does she write the word red rum on the walls in her own blood? No, why does she need a blood transfusion? We know that Lana's not a drug addict. Does she have any other issues, aside from looking like a slightly less hairy Cookie Monster? Why don't I just say it? She's a manic depressive. Depression. Has she been diagnosed as manic depressive? Because she's not exactly a Turkish delight. Well, no, but I did find this suicide note that I fished out of the garbage and taped back together when Lana wasn't looking. Keep pressing the subject about the suicide note. Why did you tape the note back together? Are you obsessed with Lana? That would be kind of hot. Lana's not exactly the most well-liked person at the restaurant. The other chefs wanted me to dig up some dirt to use against her. Press the subject even further. Dirt. So, did you use the note against her? Because the idea of a repressed vegan being needlessly cruel fills me with joy on so many levels. Once I saw the suicide note, I knew that if I exploited it, it would be going too far. Stain, fumes, or weight loss? Probably fumes. Has Lana recently been exposed to irritating fumes aside from those that come out of the restaurant bathroom? Not that I can remember. Okay, what about the stain? What about the circles on the corner of the note? Is it a coffee stain, or were you starting to draw pictures of your boobs? 'Cause I could help you finish. That isn't coffee, it's molasses. Lana eats molasses cookies constantly. I have never known a person to eat molasses, only horses. Are there molasses stains on anything else? There are molasses smudges on half the receipts in the restaurant. Listen, Dr. House, please don't tell Lana that you know about the suicide note. Why not? Are you serious? It's private, that's why. Yes, and her reaction when I tell her that I know about the note might give me a clue that could save her life. Seriously? You're seriously going to invade her personal space like that? You see, it's called drama. It's what gives life its flavor. Unlike soy, which has no flavor. Dr. Chase. Dr. Manhattan. Oh, you again. Yes, me again. Oh. You already said that. Come up with some new material. Oh. Come on, House. Give me a hand here. Wait a minute. What are you doing? She has new issues. She's going purpler. Spider naivus. And then magnify her thighs. Cookie crumbs. Pen light her eye. And for once it's actually her eye instead of the bridge of their nose. She's got jaundiced eyes. Rub her breast. Listen to her heartbeat. Hey baby, can't you hear my heartbeat? A cardiac arrhythmia. Combine the Kaiser-Fleischer with liver damage, and it's a sure bet those two scumbags are working for a crime lord known as Wilson's disease. Lana, you most likely have Wilson's disease, which means you have an abnormal toxicity to copper. High levels of copper can be found in molasses. Really? What are you doing? Tossing your cookies. You jerk! You bastard! Chase, I need you and Cameron to check Little Miss Sunshine for abnormal copper metabolism. Little Miss Sunshine, screw you, I'm in pain. And you've also been really depressed lately, haven't you? What do you mean? Come on, you're blue. Not retarded, I saw the note. The note? Listen, Wilson's disease can cause chemical imbalances, leading to depression, suicidal thoughts. How dare you go through my personal items? How dare you? Good question. I dare because I'm trying to cure you of being a gigantic blue freak. That's why I dare. Can you dare to shut up and listen? Anyway, Wilson's disease would also explain why you went into hemolytic crisis earlier. Hemolysis in someone with Wilson's disease can be severe. If you don't have an intact G6PD system. What does that even mean? It means your body doesn't produce enough of a particular enzyme, which your red blood cells need to function normally. And when you have a G6PD deficiency and Wilson's disease, it can cause you to pull a Linda Blair like you did earlier. Understand? So I have this deficiency? Yes. Says so right here. You probably also have Wilson's disease, though we need to test you for that one. But neither of those things explains you looking like a delicious dessert. Chase, venture out of the Smurf village with me for a second. When you've finished the ceruloplasmin test, which has got blue in it, why don't you tell Taub to investigate the restaurant? And talk to Lana's indentured servant, Russell. Someone at her restaurant did this to her. How do you know? Either someone at Lana's restaurant did, or anyone else she's ever met. She's a real piece of work. Let's start with those at her job. What are you doing here? We're doing a blood test to see if you have Wilson's disease. If you have it, all that means is that you have an increased toxicity to copper. So we're going to do the draw blood thing again. We're going to do the draw blood thing again. So it was cleany, 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 clean. No. First it was tourniquet. Come on. Then tight tourniquet. Then make this deep and then really quickly bring the... Was I quick enough? It looks like I was quick enough. Now place the needle in the vein. And across, remove the tourniquet. And then start pumping the vials, which gyrate magically. Done. Remove the needle. Put a band-aid on. Done. Now what? Now we take the blood sample to the lab and test your ceruloplasmin levels. If they're lower than normal, you may have Wilson's disease. You won't be able to eat any more of the molasses cookies. Damn, I knew it! But I won't be blue anymore either, will I? Well, we're working on that. It's a separate issue. She needs some heavy collation? Russell Parnello? Yeah? I'm Dr. Chris Taub, and this is Dr. Remy Hadley. That does not look like Dr. Hadley there. We work at Princeton Plainsboro Hospital, and I have some questions about Lana. Didn't you guys already ask me about her? Yes. Is she still blue? Hence the reason we have yet more questions. Collect info on Lana and Russell. His salary? How long have it been since you got a raise? I don't know, does it matter? What about his hours? How many hours do you work here each week? What does it have to do with anything? Okay. Friendship. You told my colleague certain things about Lana, but what about your relationship with her? Are you and Lana friends? Do you get along elsewhere? We aren't friends. We're kind of friends with benefits. He provides her with health insurance. Try a follow-up session. Sex. How long have you and Lana been sleeping together? Is that relevant? Apparently not, as a follow-up question. So you and Lana are dating? It's more like an affair. No one else at the restaurant knows about it. Keep pressing the subject. Affair. You sound unhappy about the affair. Why? I was hoping that I was sleeping my way to a promotion, but it's become increasingly obvious that she's just using me. Wow. Who's in the wrong in that situation? Perhaps a surprise change of subject. S&M. Does Lana ever practice S&M? Definitely no. STDs. Given your relationship with Lana, have you been tested for STDs? Not that it's any of your business, but yes. Poppers. Did Lana ever use amyl nitrite or poppers during sex? How did you know? We've tried them a few times, but once she turned a little blue right afterwards. But it went away quickly. Try a more topical question. Her bedroom habits. Aside from the poppers, do you use any other marital aids, but they're not married, or sex toys? I'm uncomfortable talking about this subject. Current habits. Are you still sleeping with Lana? I've been trying to break it off, but she won't have it. She makes me get her lunch every day like I'm a bloody servant. You ever have a boss who makes you feel like a nobody? Yeah, I know where you're coming from. Try another follow-up question. What are your current duties? Do you have to do anything else here for Lana? Making her coffee, get her dry cleaning? Nope, thank goodness. Have you caught feelings? Given your history with Lana, how do you feel about her now? She's okay, I just want her to be happy. Do you mind if we take a look around the kitchen? For what reason? We need to see if there's anything in the restaurant that may have made her sick. If you're implying that the transatlantic is in any way less than sanitary, we're implying nothing of the sort. It's like, maybe there's something here that's toxic to Lana's specific body chemistry. Sure, have a look around. You really think something here turned Lana blue? Foreman and I already searched this place, but you were looking for alcohol. No one actually thought to look for food that could be toxic. Exactly. It doesn't have to be food, it could be almost anything. The fixtures, the houseplants. I guess we'll have to search really hard. It could take hours. What are you doing? We'll have to keep our strength up in the name of medicine, of course. She's stealing the fancy food. Wow. Locate the 7 clues in the restaurant that may lead to a diagnosis from her condition. The salt shaker? The other salt shaker? This can of tomato sauce? A big bag of flour? A bonsai? Another bag of flour? And trash under the sink. Well, that's about everything that could possibly be considered a toxin. Unless these Danishes turned her blue, in which case, well, it's worth it. They're amazing. The results of your blood test have come back. Tell me, Ernie, what is your daily routine like? My wife's got me taking long walks out in the open air, but still I feel worse than ever. My wife's even got me eating healthy. Would you like a carrot? You don't just chew on carrots, do you, Ernie? What do you mean? You're a nervous chewer. Pressure at work, pressure at home. It makes you want to chew something, right? You're the one who chewed on your kid's toy soldier. Yeah? What else do you chew on? I don't know. I stopped smoking 5 years ago. I chew on nicotine gum, and sometimes I chew on electrical cables. I know it sounds weird. Weird? No, it's only exactly what's causing your problem. You have lead poisoning from chewing on a cable, you dimwit. Don't call me that. Oh, really? Electrical cables contain lead. You should know that. How often do you chew them? I don't know. Every day for the past 5 years? It's hard to quit smoking. It's a good substitute. True, only now you've traded lung cancer for lead poisoning. What can I do, Dr. House? For one thing, you'll have to undergo a series of painful procedures to cleanse your body of the lead locked into your bones. Oh God, what else? Well, this might seem a bit complicated. Are you ready? Stop chewing the cables. End of scene music. Okay. So, what does House want us to do here? We're supposed to analyze the regular salt and the pink salt. Pink salt sounds very technical. You've been doing great. If you need a consult, I'll be happy to help. I'll lend a hand with these procedures. That should help you get them done faster. Spinny, spinny, spinny. I don't know why we're spinning something when we don't have a new blood test, but whatever. We're sultrifuging. But we haven't even put it in a liquid yet, right? You can't sultrifuge solid salt. I suppose you could for particle size or something, maybe. Use the Bunsen burner to heat the sample. Success. Spot the microbe. Egg. Jelly baby. Blood cell. Peanut. Pickle. Pickle. Blue thing. Peanut. Blue thing. Peanut. Red blood cell. Pickle. Blue thing. Red blood cell. Blue thing. Jelly baby. Jelly baby. Egg. Egg. No, egg. Jelly baby. Red blood cell. Red blood cell. Jelly beans? It's more like a jelly baby. Jelly beans are solid. Jelly babies are more like just gelatinous sugar. Like a snake, but they're shaped like little babies. The regular salt particles have a cubic structure and are indeed a regular table salt. Sodium chloride. And the pink salt particles, what are they? They have a rhombohedral structure. They're something other than table salt. Guess it's not as bad as if you killed the patient. Eh, 360 out of 400's pretty good. I hold in my hands the secret identity of the pink salt that Taub and 13 collected from the restaurant. And the Oscar goes to, the pink salt is sodium nitrite. Sodium nitrite, it's used to cure meat. It can cause methemoglobinemia. Well, okay, but so what? Sodium nitrite is poisonous, but it's easily burnt away during cooking. But what if someone didn't cook it? They could have just sprinkled it over Lana's food like regular salt. If eaten directly and in large amounts, it could be dangerous. Bingo, Taub, you're so wise you could be a rabbi. But oh darn, rabbis don't cheat on their wives, do they? But nobody could have put sodium nitrite in Lana's food. It's pink. She would have seen it right away. But if you buy undyed sodium nitrite, the kind that isn't pink, you could pass it off for regular salt. Oh, good God. Come on, Foreman, if God really was good, would he let Lana's co-workers poison her with this stuff? Taub, go to Lana's pet chef Russell. See if that mincing weenus knows anything about this. Well, Dr. Taub, this is starting to become a regular occurrence. To what do I owe the pleasure? We found out Lana has a sodium nitrite problem. And? Curing salt, table salt, butter. Does Lana eat many buttered foods? Some. She's a chef. Table salt. Does Lana put a lot of salt on her food? Yeah, but what does that matter? Curing salt. Any idea how sodium nitrite got into her system? Maybe she accidentally ate it. I don't know. Try a follow-up question. On the day Lana got sick, what did she have for breakfast? Coffee and a yogurt. What about on her break? How long does Lana take for lunch? About an hour or so. Maybe the sodium nitrite was sprinkled onto her lunch. Russell, were you the one who got her lunch on the day she got sick? Yeah, but it couldn't have been me. Tampering. Did you leave Lana's food unattended before you served it? Nope, I watched it like a hawk. Servers? Has anyone else brought Lana her food over the past few weeks? Only me. Do you have an alibi? How can you be so sure that you didn't put the sodium nitrite in her food? The sodium nitrite is dyed pink. Lana would have noticed it, and so would I. Press the subject further. Could you have gotten access to Could you have been trying to do it surreptitiously? Of course you'll admit it to me if I just ask you. No, but Claire did have access to it. Steer the conversation back on track. As chef de cuisine, do you prepare all of the desserts in the restaurant personally? No, but I do supervise them all. How many times do you wash your hands while preparing food? What does that have to do with anything? I understand you've taken over as chef de cuisine until Lana gets out of hospital. What is it like? Are you kidding? It's fun running a restaurant. Okay, so he's trying to get the Pay increase he wanted by being acting chef de cuisine. Permanent promotion. Are you having so much fun as the chef de cuisine that you wish it wasn't temporary? God, no. I'll gladly go back to being her employee once she gets out of the hospital. As I said before, all I want is for her to be happy. Now if you're finished, I'm busy. I'll need you to leave. Maybe there's a clue under this pile of papers. Search through it by using the stylus. Dig to the bottom of this pile of papers. Is this your receipt? No, it's Claire's. See her signature? 1 bag of undyed sodium nitrite. Interesting, eh, Dr. Taub? Can we get our X-Files music? Okay, where is it? That's what I've been trying to tell you. It's in my pants. My guitar house. Where is the guitar? I'm gonna say in a guitar case. I know that you broke into my house and took it. Your cleavage is moving, but I don't understand the words that are coming out. Then you won't mind if I search your office. Mind? Of course not. I'll even help you. I don't know what's going on here, but I'll find out. Did it ever occur to you that maybe I didn't take your guitar, that you misplaced it in your own house? My house? You were in my house. You took it. I don't know what your game is, Yahtzee. I don't know where you put my guitar, but I'm going to find it, and I bet you will. Where do you think Claire stashed the sodium nitrite? Could be anywhere, but someone like Claire is too meticulous to leave it lying around. Okay, let's also look for pink dye, receipts, and paperwork. Anything that connects her to Lana's poisoning. Locate the 7 clues. A contract. Another contract. A letter. A pretzel. A pile of sausages that's just left on the table. A steak that's left out in the middle of the day, out of the fridge. A bag of chips. And some salt. Compare the 2 signatures. The L is different. The E is different. The K is different. The S has no serif. The R has no serif. Apparently there are 2 more, so let's look again. There's no serif on the C. I want the end of the E here is different, but it won't... Apparently it's the other end of the E. Well, if she's stashing any sodium nitrite, she's damn good at hiding it. I've got nothing. What about you? I have found plenty. That receipt we found at the restaurant, I don't think it actually belongs to Claire. What makes you say that? The signature is completely different than the signature on this letter and contract, both of which have little hearts over the eyes. You're right! Someone is forging her signature. I'll give you one guess who that someone is. Taub did say it was awfully convenient that the receipt just fell at his feet as he finished talking to Russell. And Russell does get the most out of Lana's illness. Time to talk to the new chef de cuisine at the Transatlantic. That's a very Nancy Drew picture of 13. Dr. Hadley, right? And I remember you. but I don't remember your name. I'll be happy to show you the new Prix Fix menu. Dr. Foreman, recently our colleague Taub was here. He found a receipt signed by Claire Custra. How did the receipt get on Claire's workstation? I'm going to guess that she put it there. What's this all about? She put it there? Claire Custra put the receipt on her workstation. Is that what you're telling us? It is her receipt. It has her signature, right? Thank you for your time. One more thing. Could you sign a form for us? Hospital policy. Compare the new signature and Claire's. Do you want me to match the A? That does... The A matches. What about the L? Okay, what about the A? What about the I? What about the R? Apparently it doesn't like the R. What about the E? The other E? I mean, they're doctors, Salah. They can do anything, right? So, if Claire signed that receipt, why does the handwriting match your handwriting on this form? Are you kidding me? Nope. The handwriting is a perfect match, see? It looks like you forged the receipt that was supposedly signed by Claire. I mean, I cannot think of a time that I have made a signature lately aside from being artistic / signing for mail packages. I genuinely cannot. Those are like the two things that I would sign for most frequently. In order to frame her for buying the sodium nitrite, with which you poisoned Lana. You never sign the same way? I'm fairly consistent. Especially my J's. I like doing my J's all calligraphy-like. What? I hope you folks have a good lawyer, because you don't just go around accusing people like that. You aren't cops, you're doctors. Calm down, Russell. You'd better get out of here. You guys have no right. I'm under a lot of pressure. My boss is sick, okay? So Claire bought the sodium nitrite, huh? Okay, what do you want? I bought it, alright? Are you happy? You see the way Lana is, don't you? You guys also work for a horrible boss. Wouldn't the world be better off without him? Actually, it wouldn't. And you're right. We aren't cops, but we understand they have a very easy-to-dial phone number. And then he has a little breakdown. End of scene music. Turns out that Lana's smurfy disposition is in fact a result of sodium nitrite poisoning. So, Russell did put it in her food. Oh yes, he wouldn't shut up about it once Starsky and Butch were finished with him. Here's what happened. It's a no-brainer, really. Russell poisoned the French fries she ate that day with undyed sodium nitrite. Since Lana is an alcoholic, she doesn't have enough salt in her blood. What? How is this a thing? So she habitually adds it to her food. Is this a thing? Because she's stopped drinking alcohol. No, but she's not drinking at the moment, Salah. She's recovered. As a result, she consumed a truckload of sodium nitrite, which was the white powder that Claire saw on the workstation. That's why Russell tried to cover up his tracks by claiming that it was cocaine. And then he cleaned up the work area so that we wouldn't find anything. Exactly, after gulping down enough sodium nitrite to kill a bull elephant. We don't have conclusive evidence that she was drinking all of the sherry, Cal. The high levels of methemoglobin in Lana's blood surged through her body, causing her blood to go from being red to that nice Milky Way brown color, and giving her that blue man group look that guys find so attractive. And since Lana had Wilson's disease with a G6PD deficiency, the methylene blue didn't cure her methylhemoglobinemia. It puts her into You'd rather get caught for cocaine than salt? It puts her into her hemolytic crisis instead. Put Lana on a plasma exchange and start her on penicillamine to help with the excess copper in her system. She should start improving and rejoining the land of the non-blue after a few days. Blue potatoes, blue cheese dressing, blueberry sorbet. I sense a theme at work here. Well, I do have to give it to House. He made good on his word. This is a swanky meal. And finally, a restaurant where the chef isn't afraid to use a decent amount of salt. Badumtsk. The through line there. The through line. I'm a horrible person, aren't I? What do you mean, Lana? Come on, Claire, cut the crap. One of my employees tried to poison me. I'm the worst boss ever. I wouldn't say that. You can be a bit brisk. I'm not Wait, isn't that with an I? Brisk. Maybe it's not. I'm not saying that what Russell did was right. He thinks he's such a gourmet. I wonder how he likes the slop they serve in prison. Exactly, but perhaps you could be just a little bit nicer to your employees? You know, treat them like human beings? No, I thought that the other one is also with an I. Cal, I'm not confusing to walk quickly. To do with the USB port. We'll try using a different USB port. Anyway, from now on, you'll be nicer. I'll be nicer to you. To whoever the hell is taking Russell's place. To everyone. Wow, that's great, Lana. Terrific. Now, can you get off your ass and give me the damn cayenne pepper? Claire dear, won't you please pass me the cayenne pepper? Thank you ever so much. How was that? Maybe a little too much, but I'd say it's a good recipe to start for success. Globetrotting, A. Blue Meanie, A. Blue Meanie is now available to play from the episode's menu. Here is your next case. Are you ready to begin? Well, I think I actually need a bit of a pause here, so... break. Give me a couple of mins to refill my drink. Give the doggo a pat. The recipe for success. Who wrote the puns? The writers, Cal. The writers. Ones that got paid, no doubt. Anyway, be back in a minute or two once I've had a drink. Yeah. Alright, drink had, doggo padded. Let's get back to it. And we're back. Boop. We are ready to begin. This way, there's a cult. Trevor Valet. Yes? It is time. Just a minute. What's he doing in there? Are you ready? Yes, sir. Bag him and tag him. Trevor Valet, we have deemed you worthy of having the sacred ritual revealed to you. You have completed every task you have been assigned. Your initiation into Delta Epsilon Pi is almost at hand. Thank you, sir. One final trial remains. Are you willing to spend a night in the coffin to symbolize your loyalty to Delta Epsilon Pi? Absolutely, sir. Jesus, you see how long that guy was in the John? I swear, if he clogs up our toilet here in the Delta house... Jerkasses. Great, an itch. What? And now some sort of muscle cramp? What a disappointment. Leon. What? Skull and bones. I don't know what happened. Suddenly, I couldn't move my arms. They were just paralyzed. How many ethical and HR violations will House make this case? Place your bets. I know, you were locked inside a coffin as part of some weird fetishist ritual. It's completely normal. The fact that anything out of the ordinary happened just baffles my mind. Just normal hazing, Doc. Nothing wrong in that. You're right. Want to go lie down in a coffin later? Afterwards, you can do my hair, and then we'll talk about boys. And then we'll make out with each other. You know, for practice. You trying to say my boys are fruit? God, no. I'm saying all frat boys are fruits. But in a totally closeted, terrified to come out kind of way. Do you feel better now? This didn't happen with any of the other pledges. What's wrong with my boy, Dr. House? That's what I'm trying to find out. We just need to get Fred Flintstone here to shut up for 30 seconds, so that I can think. Examine the patient carefully and look for any signs of illness. Tap the screen. Select the area. Head. Investigate the bridge of your nose. He has dizziness. Have you been in any car accidents? Nope, never. Do you have eye problems? Do you have a history of eye problems in your family? For example, can you not see your dad's a douchebag? I don't think there's a history of eye problems. Mum? The best Nintendo DS meme game? No, there isn't. Have you had any other recent issues? And morning wood doesn't count. Yeah, I felt a little weak recently and had some tingling in my hands, but I figured my hands had just fallen asleep. Symptoms. Touch the rash? Diets. How much protein do you consume every day? Wait, that sounded really dirty. I eat grilled chicken for dinner most days of the week, and every morning I have an egg white omelette. Seizures. Have you ever had a seizure? No, why? Is that what caused this? What were you doing the morning of the attack, other than causing the nerds to get revenge on you? Working out, but I felt uncoordinated and I nearly dropped a weight on my foot. After I stopped, I was really tired. Okay, and what about your mouth? Light up your mouth and have a look. What blood type are you? I have no idea. Do you have a family history? Does anyone in your family have a history of paralysis? We know from your father that there's a history of stupidity. I don't think so. Dad? Absolutely not. Try a follow-up question. To do with paralysis? Maybe conditions or joints? Are there any medical conditions in your family we should be aware of? Your parents clearly have that disease where they all resemble the cast of All in the Family. I've been battling heart disease for a while, but I'm still kicking. I'm strong like a bull. Yeah, when I look at you, bull does come to mind. And about Mum? I have a thyroid issue. I never would have guessed looking at you. He's calling her fat. Okay, back out of the head. Time to do the chest. Stethoscope, heartbeat. Difficulty breathing. Organs? Have you ever had any of your organs removed? You're a frat boy, so I'm assuming you had your balls removed. No, I've never had anything removed. Okay, paralysis. Is this the first time that it's happened? The paralysis, I mean, not another guy running his hands all over you. You're in a frat, so I'm sure that stuff just happens all the time. Yes, this is the first time it's happened. We probably rub your chest there. Hands? Do you usually have trouble with manual dexterity? No, why? Legs. Are your leg muscles okay? How fast could you run away from a movie with subtitles? They're fine. How are your arm muscles feeling? Strong enough to do your frat's secret handshake? Still pretty weak. And finally, touch the rash. Listen to the rash. Magnifying glass the rash. Other illnesses would make sense with a rash. Any other illnesses apart from the one where you start saying words like alpha and omega? Calling out alpha gamma? I had a pretty bad cold 3 weeks ago, but I got over it in a couple of days. Get a better medical history about the parents. What do you do for a living? I'm the VP of Sales for Paperclips. Paperclips, the office supply store? I'm a big fan of your whiteboards. And you, Mum? I'm the principal at Johnson Middle School. Middle school, eh? So you should be used to kids who go numb. Okay, we're done with the chest. Now for your legs. Legs have no symptoms. What else am I meant to do? Ah, abdomen. Poke tummy. Listen to tummy. Liquid refreshments? Have you been drinking, Trevor? House, my son would never. Well, Trevor? I was pretty wasted the night before the attack. Like, it was just beer. Trevor! Whitney, leave the boy alone. At his age, it's perfectly normal to have a little drink. Yeah, I remember the Norman Rockwell painting about that. I think it's called Hugging the Porcelain God. Try a follow-up question. Did you share any of your drinks? When you got drunk last night, did you share a beer with anyone? Oh, please say the rival frat house's mascot. Nope. Is there a history of alcoholism in your family? Certainly not. I enjoy a beer after work, but I'm not an alcoholic. Pretty defensive there, slugger. What were you eating before the attack? Please tell me it was the rival frat's mascot. He's really obsessed with the rival frat's mascot. I ate a huge pizza the night before the attack, but other than that, everything was normal. See, Dr. House? Pizza. He's a normal teenage boy. This thing with his arms, he's probably just got a case of the jitters. So, what do you think, Doc? Can you fix my boy? I don't know how to tell you this, but even if I can cure his arm paralysis, he'll still probably... It's so awful. I just can't say. Please, Dr. House, what is it? He'll probably still want to join a fraternity. I'm so sorry. This must be a horrible shock for the both of you. Let's get out of this nut house. You'll be just fine, son. But wait, it gets even worse. After he joins the frat, he'll want to wear a fraternity pin. Oh, the horror. The horror. End scene. Have a seat, everyone. House, are you okay? Never been better. Everyone, grab a glass. Isn't it a little early in the day to start drinking? It's never too early. A frat boy's arms got paralyzed when he was locked in a coffin during an initiation ritual. That was the stupid part. Now here is the really stupid part. You're going to want to take a drink. He was rushed to the hospital, where it was discovered that he was wearing women's lingerie under his clothes. So it was probably part of the initiation ritual. I'm sure it was, but that doesn't take away from the fact that it's hilarious. Now, every time I mention the fact that he was wearing women's lingerie, you're all going to take a drink. Whoa, wait, you're going to turn the differential into a drinking game? I'm going to turn the differential into a drinking game. Of course, it could even turn into a fun drinking game if you get really wasted and decide to give us a table dance. No? Well, we'll see. Day's still young. Let's test this out. Now, the fact that our patient was wearing women's lingerie, drink, was kept from his parents to avoid embarrassing him. However, that's in the real world. Here, in the confines of the diagnostics lounge, it's hysterical. So, college boy gets all stiff in the arms. That's not where most college boys get stiff. What's going on here? Liver cirrhosis or food poisoning is the only one that ends with D. No, lead poisoning also ends in D. Lead poisoning. No, it doesn't explain the fever, the hives, the difficulty breathing, or the dizziness. Taub's right. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Distrolafram overdose? Disulfiram overdose. The paralysis could be due to disulfiram, which usually affects children. Also, it only explains a few of the other symptoms, aside from the paralysis. You know, Foreman, fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son. Next. It can only be paresis. Paresis caused by West Nile virus. It explains the fever and paralysis, but nothing else. Toga, toga, toga. Next. Botulism. Botulism fits the symptoms, yes, but his blood and stool have been tested, and they came up negative. The time has come for someone to put his foot down, and the foot is me. Well, it all ends in syndrome, so until they give me an I in the first word. Guillain-Barré syndrome. Guillain-Barré syndrome. It explains the paralysis in his arms, but it doesn't explain the hives, the difficulty breathing, the fever, the dizziness, the nausea, the diarrhea. What happened to the Delta I used to know? Where's the spirit? Where's the guts? This could be the greatest night of our lives, but you're gonna let it be the worst. Next. I don't see any of them having the letter R as the fourth letter. Oh, they all have neuropathy. X is the third letter, so the hexacarbon neuropathy. Hexacarbon neuropathy. It fits most of the symptoms. Good work, 13. But hexacarbon neuropathy doesn't explain the hives or respiratory failure. It's true, but it fits the other symptoms well enough to investigate. Besides, hexacarbon neuropathy is also known as glue snipper's neuropathy, and Bluto is a stupid teenager. His name's Trevor. As I was saying, Bluto, the guy who dressed in women's lingerie, drink, is a stupid teenager. Maybe he's into sniffing glue. Also, his frat brothers did build the coffin themselves. Maybe the wood glue they used in building it had a paralytic effect on Trevor. Thank you, Flounder. You and D-Day check out the frat house, investigate the coffin and the general area. I'd love to hear more of your theory, but I don't give a crap. Get out. I can't believe you flashed those guys. Me neither, but they wouldn't let us down here if you flashed them. You're right. Should I be offended? I think I just stepped in something wet. Yeah, you stepped in. Foreman, please don't finish that sentence. I don't want to know. Let's just do a sweep of the area and get out of here. Locate 8 clues. Heating rub. Not the voodoo doll? A frisbee. I'm amazed at the idea of a frisbee making someone sick. Why is everything red here? A paddle? A skateboard? A bong? And the coffin. And a saber. No, a pirate sword. This pile of wood looks suspicious. Maybe there's a clue underneath it. Move them out of the way. Wood glue, probably that used to build the coffin. And it could be responsible for his hexacarbon neuropathy. This other stuff is useless. Let's go to Trevor's dorm and see what else we can dig up. Hopefully the dorm is cleaner than this dump. Well, Matthew Alexander Lennox, the Hackensack hacker. You're back again. This is a surprise. Well, no, it isn't. You get the crap beaten out of you for a living, but still. Yeah, keep hitting me with those boxing jokes. Never gets old. You, however, do. Keep getting old, that is. I'm trying to say you're ancient. Should I start making cripple jokes now, or what? Wow, he's still got some fight him in after all. One of us has to. It might as well be me. Okay, Apollo Creed. What seems to be the trouble? I got these really bad headaches. I take Excedrin, Tylenol, Advil. Nothing helps. I can't even sleep at night. Have you tried watching one of your own boxing matches? That always put me to sleep. I've tried everything. I'm in so much pain. What do you think is causing it? It could be from back when you were fighting Clubber Lang. Never a good idea. Dr. House, this is serious. I'm having vision problems. Let me get in the ring with you and we'll see what's going on. Carefully examine the patient. Rub his bald head for good luck. Select the right topic to ask about. Skin? What sorts of skin creams do you use? Why would you ask that? It's a Buddha thing, Salah. You rub... Anyway, are you under a lot of stress? No, really, no. How many times a week do you train? Training for your boxing career. Not training for the lead role in Captain Caveman. A shoo-in that you are. 4 to 5 times a week. I assumed when it said frequency, it would mean poop. Every other time we've asked about frequency, it's been number 2s. And this one time, it's frequency of boxing, which is just amazingly poor signaling. Listen to his breathing. Shortness of breath. Nose seems the most reasonable. Have you ever got your nose broken? Just the once or twice? Teeth? Do you go to the dentist frequently? Twice a year. Did you ever have any vision problems before? Or was that haircut your idea? My vision was always perfect. I didn't even need glasses. His abdomen. Does his belly make gurgling noises? Nausea. Drugs. Do you use performance-enhancing drugs? Excuse me? When was the last time you won a fight? Not against an against an opponent, not a T-bone steak. I won a fight last week. And the last one, his legs. Rub his leg. Delayed reflexes. Okay, focus on the original symptoms. Headaches. How bad are the headaches? Are they awful, like Rocky 4, or are they just vaguely annoying, like Rocky 2? The headaches are like a freight train running through my skull. So, Doc, what do you think? Matthew, how long have you been in the ring? 25 years, give or take? 25 years, and you don't think that maybe this has something to do with it? I guess deep down I did, but I didn't want to believe it. You've been in the ring too long, that's a fact. Your body is in pain and it's pissed off at you for putting it through the ringer. That's another fact. I think you've earned yourself some drug abuse. That's the most fun fact of all. Here's a prescription for some painkillers. Painkillers? Get used to 'em. Won't these turn me into an addict? Don't be silly. Now before you go, what's your prediction for the fight? Pain. Hey Matthew, next time you can say I pity the fool. End scene. Wow. Trevor actually keeps this place pretty good. It's a breath of fresh air compared to the frat house. What's that sticking out from under the bed? There's only one way to find out. His shoes. A video camera pointed at potentially his own bed. Backpack. Nail polish remover, which is weird for a frat boy. A laptop. A lockbox. Weights. Juice drink. An aerosol can. And water pills? What the hell are water pills? I wonder what's in this lockbox. We'll never know unless we find the key, which Trevor seems to have hidden pretty well. Speaking of clues, we know so little about this kid, so let's get to know him better. Round up everything else, the diet stuff, the makeup, any of it that's a potential toxin. House will want to see it. He'll probably just want to check Trevor's laptop to see what porn he likes, but okay. Hello? Anyone there? Hello? Muggers who want to rob me. I'm crippled and therefore easy pickings. And apparently you don't exist. Where the hell did you put it, you bastard? Alright, if I were House, where would I have stashed the guitar? See anything you like? End scene? What a pointless scene! So, how was the field trip? Good God, the frat house was like Lord of the Flies, except more disturbing. We found wood glue at the Delta house, and we found nail polish remover and hairspray in Trevor's dorm room. The wood glue I understand, but why does he have nail polish remover and hairspray? Maybe his girlfriend left them. Maybe it's yet another part of the initiation ceremony. Maybe his roommate is a tranny. Maybe Trevor's a tranny. Maybe he's a cosmetic salesman in his spare time. Or maybe he just takes exquisite care of his hair and nails. Anything is possible. At any rate, all three of these items could have caused hexacarbon neuropathy. Have Chase and Cameron do a vitamin B12 test to check for it. So, what are you going to do to me? Also, in this picture, he looks like he's like... maybe late 20s, early 30s, whereas this, he looks like he's a kid, like he's supposed to. We're doing a blood test to check the vitamin B12 levels in your blood. If you have low levels, that may indicate hexacarbon neuropathy. Well, I eat lots of chicken, and chicken has B12. So, problem solved. Can I go now? Just sit back, Trevor. This will only take a minute. Okay. Tourniquet. Tight tourniquet. Tap, make the vein appear. Alcohol. Cleany, 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 cleany. Needle. Remove tourniquet. Blood vial, blood vial, blood vial, blood vial. Remove needle. Apply band-aid. Done. Wow, either I'm really brave or that was incredibly minor. It was incredibly minor. Also, your arms are numb from the paralysis. Ow! But you're also, really brave. And you have high B12 levels, so it looks like you aren't at risk for hexacarbon neuropathy. What are you doing? Juice fast shots. You want one? No, I had a big lunch. I've got the results of the B12 test. He's tested negative for the neuropathy. Well, I would say that's too bad, but it makes the case more interesting. So, who am I to complain? The juice fast and the water pills indicate that Trevor has been doing extreme dieting. Speaking of which, this juice fast really makes you have to pee like a racehorse. Our patient has a high level of potassium in his urine. That's right, so that plus the water pills plus the carb-heavy meal of pizza and beer he treated himself to just before the attack all point to hypokalemic periodic paralysis from the decreased potassium. Either that, or it's just fun to talk about pee. Foreman, you just won yourself the right to perform an IGTT on our patient. You got it. But not just yet. First, I want to see if you can catch him to cop to the fact that he's a fad-dieting nutjob who will actually drink this swill. Although in his defense, you can really taste the prunes. What's that? I figured we could spike the punch bowl with it at the big dance tonight. But that stuffy old dean would probably catch us and put us on academic double probation, right? What you got there, Bluto? You're majoring in Jetsons. I myself double majored in Yogi Bear and Jabberjaw. I'm studying architecture. Well, put your big manly T-square away. I've got some questions. Diet. Why are you on a diet? Are you trying to maintain your girlish figure? What do you mean? I'm not on a diet. The juice. If you're not on a diet, why do you have jugs of fast juice in your dorm room? Oh, that. It belongs to my girlfriend, Emily. She's obsessed with her weight. And what about the pills? And how do you explain the water pills? Only a dieter would need those, perhaps Aquaman. The pills also belong to Emily. Is Emily in the room with us right now? So, all of the hairspray and nail polish remover we found in your dorm room, that also belongs to Emily? Well, yeah, it belongs to Emily. Who else would it belong to? Me? What about STDs? Have you ever gotten an STD from sleeping with Emily? Have you ever gotten a smile from sleeping with Emily? What? No. Lingerie. Why were you wearing women's lingerie when you're in the coffin? You get extra points if your answer is hilarious. What else was I supposed to do, dude? It was part of the initiation. Press the subject a little further. Partners? How many partners have you had in the past year? And before you answer that, animals that rhyme with merble don't count. Not that it's any of your business, but none other than Emily. What sort of lingerie were the other pledges wearing? And go in order from most to least humiliating. I don't see how it's relevant. Why do they make you wear lingerie in the coffin? Is your frat founded by gay vampires? It's supposed to make us feel vulnerable for when we reveal all of our innermost secrets to our frat brothers. There are no secrets among brothers. Thank you for your patience, Trevor. No problem. Dr. House, do you need anything else? Just one thing. If I gave you a picture of Dr. Cuddy, do you think you could do a really humiliating nude portrait? I don't know if that's a good idea. Sure it is. Make sure to have a circus clown spanking her. And give her a really nice rack. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, I guess. Just dizzy, nauseous. Must be because I'm so hungry. I'm sorry, but it's necessary for you to fast for several hours before this test. Well, make it up to me by telling me why I haven't eaten at all today. It looks like hypokalemic periodic paralysis might be responsible for your symptoms. We have to do an intravenous glucose tolerance test to check for it. And that means we're going to give you a blood test, and then give you a glucose IV. Then we do another blood test to measure your blood sugar. So get hungry, check blood level. Shove sugar in him, check blood level again. Sure. Oh yes, we need to clean, and we need to make the vein big and obvious. Needle in. Start filling up the blood vials. Okay, then remove the needle. Put the band-aid on. Done. Now it's time for your glucose IV. Man, you know what this feels like? What? One of those baggies they put inside girls' fake boobs. You mean silicon? Yeah, silicon. Haha. Oh, we've got to do the DDR game again. Slightly too soon. Too late. Now let's try another medication. Now let's try another medication. Double too early. Triple too early. Too slow. Alright. And this is why we don't let the custodial staff practice medicine. Wait, you're not the janitor? Well, did I take that IV like a man or what? Sure. So, what's the verdict? Do you need to stick me with any more needles? Almost done. Just one more blood test. Gosh, with all these needles, I'm starting to feel like a voodoo doll. They make us do it again right away. Wow. Tap the vein. Cleany, cleany, cleany. Also, this is massively excessive for a blood glucose check. You only need like a drop of blood. This is exceeding overkill. Normally you just get a little thing that pricks your finger and... But they didn't want to have to make a different game, I guess. Put on the band-aid. So I have hypokalemic paralysis. Looks like it. The test Dr. Foreman administered shows that there's an abnormal amount of glucose in your blood. Hey, Broem, what's with the John Cleese silly walk? Are you still upset? Walk upset? I don't know what you mean. Yes, you do. Cheer up. Now that we know what you have, we can treat it. Yeah, after all of this nonsense, you should be smiling. Am I smiling? Eye droopy, you're suffering from partial facial paralysis. And he's got a wobbly walk. The wobbly walk is a funny kind of walk where you wobble your knees. And you wobble, wobble, wobble. Just as much as you please. 2 new symptoms. Well, that rules out hypokalemic paralysis. Your arm barely moved. What does that mean? Muscle weakness. It means you aren't suffering from paralysis in the coffin. Just severe muscle weakness. How do you know? Because some kind of descending mystery paralysis is working its way down your body as we speak. It wouldn't have just started at your arms and then gone up to your face and then back down to your body. It started at your face and descending straight down, blanketing you with a nice coat of numbness. How do we stop it? First, we have to figure out what it is. Take him back to his room. We'll need to study him, how he walks, how he moves. You want me to put him on a treadmill, do a stress test? Yuck, how boring. I've got a better idea. Hey, what's up? Everyone, the big man is back. The big man wants to thank you for all of your support. I've been working around the clock on this video blog, but it seems like it's worth it. Does anyone else notice how tired Trevor looks? Check out the corner of the screen. Wow, it was 4:30 in the morning when he shot this. At least he's got a good work ethic. So, the big man got up this morning and felt like going to the gym. The big man was pumped. The crippled man is gonna vomit. To help stay in shape, I'm on my strict diet of chicken breast, turkey breast, and salad. I'm just gonna do what it takes to be better. No room for weakness. Everyone has a calling, and God called on me to do this. Now, for all the ladies out there, here's some poses. And this is why I became a doctor. Now, ladies, you can look, but you can't touch. My super hot girlfriend Emily wouldn't be cool with that. I'm a lucky guy. You can't tell me you didn't notice that. Notice what? The fact that I now have an image of Trevor flexing his muscles burnt into my brain? No, can't you see it? Trevor... Locate 2 clues in the photo that may lead to a diagnosis. Blood on his towel and... I don't know what else you want. His drink bottle? Another drink bottle? His eyes? And his other eye? Could it be that he's guzzling water like a starved hippo? Pills? You're right, Foreman. He does have difficulty swallowing. What causes Joe College to experience an entire dormitory full of symptoms, including difficulty swallowing, eye weakness, paralysis, hives, and respiratory issues? Alveolar hydatid disease? Anthrogrypus multiplex congenitus? The sclerosis has the two S's at the end. You are also questioning whether Emily is in the room with us now? Are we really going with Lou Gehrig's disease? Why not? It would explain the slurred speech, muscle weakness, and the difficulty swallowing. Yeah, but there's no cramping or twitching. Wow, 13, just like a college student with a free period. You've got no class. Next. Rendu-Oster-Weber syndrome. The second word needs a H, and I only see Hunt. Come on. There we go. Ramsay-Hunt syndrome. It explains the facial paralysis, but there's no ringing in his ears or hearing loss. No hearing problems in general. I'm having a hearing problem right now. Mainly what I'm hearing is a load of crap. What else have you got? The second word starts with a P, which I don't see any of them that do that. Unless it's broken off the velofa and parageal. Yeah, it's broken up the velo and pharyngeal. Velopharyngeal incompetence. It explains the muscle paralysis and the difficulty breathing. But Trevor has no nasal air escape problems. There's certainly a lot of incompetence around here. Next. Actually, the acoustic one works. But the other acoustic, the acoustic neuroma, it would explain the facial numbness, weakness, and paralysis. An acoustic neuroma is a tumor. It would have showed up on the MRI. I'm afraid the Jewish Schwarzenegger is right. It's not a tumor. What else have you got? Second letter Y. Mystonic dystrophy. No, the second word starts with G, so it's that pink one that I can't see because it's hiding under the blue one. Give me the pink one! Myasthenia gravis. Myasthenia gravis. The difficulty swallowing, eye weakness, and general muscle weakness are all common symptoms. But MG is worsened by stress and lack of... also it's worsened by stress and lack of sleep. It makes sense. Jacques Lalame is a tired, tense jangle of nerves. Then there's his insane fad dieting. He's probably bulimic. How do you figure? Well, Mr. Low Carb went on a pizza binge the day of the attack. Seems suspicious, right? Give Popeye, the failure man, a combo platter of tests to check for myasthenia gravis. And this is why we don't let the custodial staff practice medicine. Wait, you aren't a janitor? B-. 100 out of 125 is pretty bloody good. Grizzle guts. We get our X-Files music. Well, what's the verdict? It looks like you might have myasthenia gravis. It's a neuromuscular disease involving muscle weakness and fatigue. We think it's responsible for your paralysis. What do you have to do? We've got to run a few tests. First, we want to give you an EMG test. What's an EMG? It's an electromyogram. Tiny needle-like electrodes will be inserted into your leg muscles. Then the nerves going to the leg muscles are stimulated to see how long it takes the signal to reach the muscle and make it tighten. Let's do this! Perform the electromyography on Trevor to evaluate the electrical potential of his muscles. Watch the pattern as the signal passes through his nerves. X, A, B, Y? How do we go out? X, B, X, Y. X, B, Y, X, Y. Ah. Yeah, I did B instead of X. Go again. X, A, Y, B, Y. X, A, Y, B, Y. X, B, Y, B, Y. X, B, Y, B, Y. Electromyography complete. Keep it up, and I'm going to get you a mug that says World's Greatest Doctor. A minus. Well, that wasn't so bad. How'd I do? Your leg muscles barely responded to the stimulation. It doesn't look like it's myasthenia gravis, but we'll keep testing. Fine by me. The next test is the ice test. I take a small towel dipped in ice water, apply it to your eyes to see if it improves your droopy eyelids. Whoa, you're not coming close to my face. The only person who comes that close to my face is a chick. Well, I guess that takes me out of the running. I'll do the ice test. You've been doing great lately. If you need a consult on anything, I'll be happy to help. Perform an ice test on Trevor. Using the stylus, rub the ice over each eye until they both appear a deep purple color. Most people go for mediocrity, but not you. Nice work. 117 out of 125. If you had myasthenia gravis, the cold water would have improved the droopy eyelids. Did it? Sorry, but no. Your turn. Trevor, we're going to do a tensilon test. I'm going to give you a shot of endophronium chloride. And this should block certain enzymes in your system and improve your muscle weakness. Really? Well, if you have myasthenia gravis, if that's the case, we should see results pretty much immediately. Administer the injection. Okay. Oh, first you want to go over the... first tap the vein to make the vein big and veiny. Then alcohol the vein. Then pick up the vial. Okay, this is different. Place the needle below the vial. Insert the needle into the vial. Draw down some liquid. Now put the needle in the vein. Tap on the syringe to place it back in the tray. Put on a band-aid. Done. How do I look? Eyelids are still droopy, arms are still weak, and your hives appear to be getting worse for some reason. It's definitely not myasthenia gravis. We need to keep testing. How's body by flake? Well, we've ruled out myasthenia gravis. Don't worry, worse comes to worse. You'll be a hollow, paralyzed shell of a man who can only communicate by blinking. Calm down, I was kidding. I'm sure you'll also be able to wiggle your nose like the woman on Bewitched. We need some help in here! What happened? The paralysis is causing his throat to close up. We need to get him to a respirator. Oh, we got to do the tracheotomy thing again. Yeah, we sucked at this last time. Pick up the laryngoscope. Shove it in his mouth. Lift his tongue. Put this in the machine. Shh. Put the laryngoscope back down. Pump. Get out of the way. I'll take it. Apparently I didn't pump well enough. Good work, Foreman. You just earned your Saved a Douchebag's Life Merit Badge. Taub, watch him. Let me know if he exhibits any weird symptoms, like emotional growth. Foreman, come with me. There's something Trevor isn't telling us. How do you figure? It's simple math. Repressive parents, lying about extreme dieting equals many more lies he's keeping under wraps. Take 13 and interview Emily, the hot girlfriend Trevor has been bragging about, to see what she knows. No, to see if she's hot, but I guess it can't hurt to see what she knows as well. Good thinking. This is my hospital. You'll have to start... You need to do... You fail one test and she gets really grumpy. Emily Velasquez. Yeah? I'm Dr. Hadley, and this is my colleague, Dr. Foreman. We're here about Trevor Vallot. How is he? He's suffering from some sort of partial facial paralysis, and well, he started wheezing. We had to put him on a nasal mask respirator. His hives have gotten worse. Oh God, can I do anything? That's why we're here. We need to find out what's causing the paralysis. Any information you could give us would be greatly appreciated. Of course. Diet. Does Trevor have healthy eating habits? Definitely. How long have you known Trevor? We've been friends since we were kids. Childhood would make more sense. What was Trevor like as a child? Pretty much the same he is now. Confident, funny, why? Dating? When did you start going out? Right around freshman orientation. We became closer and there was a spark. Have you been cheating? Has Trevor ever cheated on you? How dare you? He's the greatest guy in the world. Exclusivity. So you've been exclusively seeing Trevor? Yes, Trevor is the one. Try a more reliable question. Motivation? Would you describe him as an underachiever or an overachiever? An overachiever. Is Trevor easily frustrated? He doesn't get frustrated. We found your bottle of Juice Fast in Trevor's dorm room. My bottle of what? I don't know what that is. Confidence. Does Trevor have self-esteem issues? Trevor? No. Depression? Does Trevor ever get depressed? What? Confusion. Trevor said it was your fast juice. Oh, juiced fast. I thought you said slim fast. Yes, that was mine. Liar! Eating disorders. Would you ever suspect Trevor to have an eating disorder? An eating disorder, Trevor? You didn't answer the question. That's because it's a silly question. Is that all? Yes. Sorry if our questions were personal. It's okay. Listen, promise me that you'll fix whatever's wrong with him. We will do our best. I think I'm going to go visit some friends down the hall to cheer myself up. Do you mind if I use your bathroom? No problem. Just make sure to lock the door when you leave. Wow, are all college kids this naive? Let's take a look around. Locate 6 clues that might help lead to a diagnosis. Emily and Mike lollies. What a cute little teddy bear globular. What is the last thing? Keys behind the rock. Who's that girl with Emily? And why does she look so familiar? He's dressing up as a girl. Forget the girl. Why does the background look so familiar? Oh, they're standing in Trevor's dorm room. I guess we have to go back there and see if we can find out who this girl is. Oh, come on! We should probably bring the key with us. Why? Well, it doesn't seem to open anything here. Maybe it will open the lockbox. Why don't you look for anything on the mystery girl and I'll look into the lockbox. Any luck? No, but it looks like you had some. I think House would like Asian Fever magazine. No, I meant the diary. Well, it's locked. Try the key. Maybe it opens the diary as well. One of the pages has been torn out. And we can rotate them. Why are we on a time limit for reassembling the note? Nobody can ever know about Allison. Who is Allison? Maybe she's the mystery girl. Is Trevor cheating on Emily with Allison? Maybe she's the girlfriend of one of Trevor's frat buddies. Great, now we have to go back there to find out. No, we don't have to do anything. Let's let House give this one to Taub. Let's let him put up with that disgusting pigsty for a change. Look, I'm your boss, you're my employee. Ooh, roleplay. This would have been much more fun when I was nude. Just stop, listen. I'm asking you as my employee, give me back the guitar. Pardon? You know you took it. I know you took it. I'm begging you. Please give it back. I can neither confirm nor deny anything you say without a lawyer present. House! Look, I bungled my way into your house, that's true, but I don't have your guitar. It wasn't in my office and it isn't in my apartment. Unless it's in another state with my secret other family, I don't have it. Wait, guitar isn't some weird safe word for you, is it? Like, should I undo my fly every time you say guitar? House! Look, what if I agree to help you find your guitar? What? Well, if I didn't take it, what if I help you retrieve it from whoever did? You know what? I give up. Just, if you can make the guitar magically turn up, I'd be happy. You got it, boss lady. Goodbye, House. Oh, don't you worry. Leon, I'm Dr. Chris Taub. I'm part of Trevor Vallow's diagnostic team. May I come in? Sure. How's Trevor doing? That's what I wanted to talk to you about. You're a big movie buff, eh? I'm majoring in filmmaking. I want to be the next Spike Lee. I was going to say Woody Allen. Sorry, anyway, we found this photo and wanted to ask you about it. Who is Allison? Does Trevor know a girl named Allison? Not that I know. Is she a TA or something? Is the photo of a sister? Could this Allison be Trevor's sister? He doesn't have a sister. Does Emily have a large family? Don't know. We already spoke to Emily. Who is this other girl? I have no idea, but that's one weird-looking chick. Try a follow-up question. Is the girl in the picture one of Emily's friends? I have no idea. Could the girl be Allison? No idea. Could be, for all I know. Affair? Do you think that Trevor is cheating on Emily with this girl? I hope not. It's totally a step down. Way down. Keep pressing the subject. Emily. Big muscly Allison? Who could it be? I wonder, Globular. Would you say that Trevor and Emily have a stable relationship? They're like something out of a Nora Ephron flick. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen Trevor with another girl. If it wasn't so painfully obvious that it was, like, genuinely painful to me that the doctors don't realize who it is, it would be funny, but it is that painful. Perhaps a unique change of subject. The fraternity. Has your frat ever participated in any illegal activities? Bargaining for sexual favors? You've got to be kidding me. What about the lingerie? Why do the guys in your frat wear lingerie for initiation rituals? What are you talking about? We don't wear lingerie. He was lying! Why did you ask me about lingerie? No reason. Thank you for answering my questions. Hold on. I know there are lots of rumors about the hazing rituals here. Supposedly we dress up pledges like RuPaul and beat them with a riding crop, while making them drink beer out of a human skull. But they're nothing like that. Okay? Thanks for setting me straight. You have to go and do something, House. Matthew's gotten worse. The woman ain't lying. You're right, she's really hot. I mean, whatever you said. So, the headaches haven't stopped. Headaches? That's the least of my worries. I'm going blind. In which eye? Both! Well, there's no hair on your palms, so it isn't chronic masturbation. Let me get set up here and I'll check you out. Tanya keeps calling me about that stupid wasp problem in her condo. The woman's crazy. You're telling me. Like she's got any problems. I'm the one who's got a husband who's going blind. She has no clue. She can't even get a man, let alone keep one. Examine the patient carefully. Examine his eyebrow. He has a wasp bite. Bite. Where'd you get the bug bite? I thought when they said Muhammad Ali stings like a bee, it was just an expression. A bug bite must have been when I went out camping with the guys a few weeks ago. Really? You didn't tell me anything about a camping trip. Okay, so he's lying and he's sleeping with the other lady and the bug is biting him, right? The wasps that we heard about. Rub his head for good luck. Collect more info on his wife. How long have you and Jennifer been married, assuming that she's your wife and not your great-great-great-granddaughter? We've been married 2 years. 2 years, 9 months. I was just gonna say that, schnookums. Someone get me a trash can. I'm gonna vomit. And do we penlight your other eye? Okay, and what about your torso? Listen to your heartbeat again? Well, actually, no, this would be breathing, because heartbeat's other side. Shortness of breath? Select the right topic to ask about. His lungs. How long can you hold your breath? No idea, I don't swim much. Brain? Is there a history of senility? What? Senility? I'm only 45. Eyes. Eyes make no sense when we just got this for... We got this cue for looking at his chest and reading about his bad breathing. Eyes makes no sense, but whatever. How many fingers am I holding up? And don't say the middle one. I can't tell. And finally, touch his leg. Marriage. Do you and Jennifer have a good relationship? Or does she cut you even when you're not in the ring? Of course we have a good relationship. What are you implying? That you're sleeping with the wasp lady upstairs. Now comes the hard part. Give it to me straight. Do I need surgery? Will it be painful? You don't need surgery. It will be painful. What do you mean? You've got optic neuritis, Matthew. What does it mean? It's an inflammation of the optic nerve. Its twin characteristics are eye vision, eye troubles, and pain. We'll get you started on high doses of intravenous steroids. That should get you back to mediocre in a couple of days. But that doesn't sound painful. What's painful about it? Well, I also know what's caused it. That's the painful part. The bug bite around your eye. It's what's caused the optic neuritis. If it weren't for your shiner, I'd have detected the bug bite sooner and saved us all a lot of time. So, the bug bite was caused by a wasp, Matthew. I'm sorry I said that the wrong way. The bug bite was caused by a wasp, Jennifer. You know, the kind that infest condos. You pig! Smack! What? You've been sleeping with Tanya, haven't you? Baby, come on, let me explain. Ow! I told you it would be painful. End scene music. Emily, we've got to talk to you about this photo. Where did you get that? I'm sorry, it's an invasion of your privacy, I know. But we need to explore all avenues if we want Trevor to get better. And that means we need to talk to anyone and everyone that he's had any contact with recently. Like this girl. Talk about the teacher. Is the girl in the photo Trevor's teacher? No, not his teacher. Is it... Emily, who is the other girl in the photo? She's Allison. Try a follow-up question. Is it a relative? Is Allison a relative of yours? No. Who is Allison? Is Trevor cheating on you with Allison? What? I'm sorry if this is too painful for you. No, you don't understand. Trevor is Allison. Clarify Emily's answers. Persona. So Allison is Trevor's drag persona? Yes, Trevor likes to dress in women's clothing. Whoever could have seen this coming? Clarify Emily's feelings. As Trevor's girlfriend, are you okay with his other persona? I'm not really his girlfriend, we're just friends. I've been pretending to date him in order to help him keep his secret. You're shocked. Shocked, you say, Fry Heights camper. Secrets? Does Trevor have any other secrets that would be of use to us? I don't think so. Isn't this a big enough secret? Pretending. Do you have a real boyfriend? Yeah, his name's Mike. I'd just die if he knew how gooey I was about him. Well, we better hope Mike never stumbles across the big man's video blog. Perhaps a change of subject. STDs. Has Mike been tested for STDs? What does this have to do with this? The key. We found a key in your dorm room. What does it unlock? Trevor was afraid of his frat buddies finding out about his hobby. He kept the key to his diary out of his room. That way no one would find it. I see. You guys are really into snooping into other people's business, aren't you? Yes. Thank you for your help. One more thing! You gotta understand, when Trevor was little, he was bullied by the other kids for being weak and scrawny. When he got to college, he wanted to reinvent himself as the ultimate tough guy. Hence the bodybuilding. Exactly. So please don't let this get out. It would destroy him. Thanks for the tip. You're an excellent friend. You're an excellent friend to Trevor. I don't know you're so excellent to your boyfriend. But maybe you've explained it. I brought you some magazines. I think you know which one you want. The fashion magazine. Help Trevor find his favorite magazine. Asian fever. What? I moved the whole pile of them. What do you want, game? First, remove the fashion magazines from the pile. Okay, beef up and muscles. You look like fashion. I have no idea what that is. It can go with Asian fever. Fashion goes with that. You're also fashion. You're fashion. Tarot reading can go with Asian fever. You're fashion. I'm not allowed to pile more? That looks like fashion. That also looks like fashion. Butt buster. That looks like weightlifting. That looks like fashion. That looks like it belongs with Asian fever. Football can go with the weightlifting. Diet can go with fashion. So there's diet. I don't know what it wants. Oh, it literally wants us to just take the fashion ones off the table. And apparently he doesn't want Asian fever. Now remove the health magazines. Apparently Butt Buster isn't health. Oh, it's target toning, not tarot reading. Herder. I've removed them all. What more do you want? There's only 5 left. It likes all of them. Oh, Okay, there was one under the plant one there. Now remove the weightlifting magazines. Apparently Buttbuster is weightlifting? Okay. Why he couldn't just select the one football magazine he wanted from the start rather than exhaustively removing every other magazine in sequence, but whatever. Thank you very much. No problem, Trevor. But I can't. Don't worry, I'll turn the pages for you. Check on Trevor's symptoms. His arms. So, Trevor, can you move your arms, your legs? Can you move an audience to tears? I can't move most of my face. Sorry, I don't speak, Gimp. What's he saying? Dr. House, the paralysis has taken over most of his face and all of his limbs. Collect more info on Trevor's business. Cross-dressing? So, Trevor, Emily tells us that you're putting on a dinner theatre production of Tootsie. Sorry, Trevor. Trevor's upset that I spilled his secret. Keep pressing the subject. Underwear. Were you wearing women's underwear on the day of the incident? And I mean the incident with the coffin. Not the incident where you saw Julie Garland on TV and your life suddenly had meaning. Yes. He says, I understood. Try pressing the subject further. Earrings? Are your ears pierced? And before you say anything, I don't have to know if you have anything else pierced. He whispers to Emily. He says no. When did you last buy women's shoes, and were they white? Because it's after Labor Day, young lady. About a month ago. When did you last buy lingerie? He bought a new pair of panties just before the initiation. Okay, so he's having some sort of allergic reaction to the new clothing. Try a new direction. Have you ever strained a muscle walking like a girl? Have you ever strained credibility walking like a girl? He doesn't think so. Did you buy a new pair of panties specifically in honor of the initiation? And if so, did you wear pasties over your nipples in honor of your high school graduation? He says not in honor of the initiation per se. Was this new pair of panties different from your normal pairs? You know, if you were a female college student, this conversation would be really turning me on right now. They were granny panties. Control top. Very expensive. Control top? Question mark? Wigs? Where do you buy your wigs? He usually gets them online. Do you know any other transvestites? Because we have a Dr. Cuddy here, and I think she's also a guy in a dress. Would you like to meet him or her? Not that he knows of. What brand were the panties, and where did you buy them? They're Flirty Babe brand panties. He got them at Pink Beach. It's a plus-sized women's lingerie shop. Flirty Babe panties. The Pink Peach. Wow. This is just too good a chance to pass up. Excuse me. I have a job for you. Hello, I don't know how to say this. It's okay, sir. You're looking for something for your girlfriend, right? Wink. No. Wife? Not exactly. You know what? I'm looking for something for my wife and I really need your help. Certainly, sir. What size is she? Big. Well, honey, you're gonna have to be a little more specific. You're in the Pink Peach after all. How big? Really big. Guy-sized. Guy-sized? What are you trying to say? Nothing. Listen, I need a big pair of panties. Granny panties. Control top. Check the assortment in this bin here. There should be a size to meet your needs. Find the panties that Trevor has described. First, remove black panties. Oh god, we're doing the same thing but now with panties instead of magazines. Please give me back the magazines. Next, remove those that are not granny style. Finally, remove any that aren't made of shiny latex material. I will take these, the flirty babe ones. The latex ones, eh? Nice choice. Me too, Finnegan. Me too. And don't worry, you'll look great in these. What? But they're not for... Don't worry, I understand. Guys like you come in here all the time. But I'm not... Ugh, thanks. House, what are you doing? Practicing medicine, you? Ah. Dr. House, leave him alone. Was it really necessary? To establish definitely that Trevor's latex allergy was causing his hives? Yes. They were also responsible for some of his other weird symptoms, like his wheezing. But he's a horny college kid, so what's your point? Condoms have latex. He would have known about the latex allergy the first time he put one on. Unless he's never put one on. Are you trying to say he's too irresponsible to use a condom? No, too virginal. I've used so many condoms that... He's trying to say he's used a lot of them. Uh-huh. You're a virgin, aren't you, Trevor? House, come on, you don't need to do this. This is important. We need to know if you've ever used a latex condom. It could... Your life could depend on it. Hello, he's in college. What do you think? Time to try the latex gloves again then. Yes, Trevor's a virgin. The ladies' man is a virgin. What an ironic and unexpected plot twist. Said literally no one. It's like saying that the ladies' man is a tranny. Oh, wait. Are you satisfied? Completely. Now that we've isolated the latex allergy, what causes descending paralysis and respiratory issues? Well, we've already ruled out Guillain-Barré, which is an ascending paralysis, not descending. Descending. There's something to that. Descending. What if... we get to play Idea Pong again? What if he was upside down? I did think that, but I didn't want to say it because it's a little bit too silly. So, well thought. I don't have to, be the one to have said it first. Thank you, Fry Heights. Yes, that's it. Hey. The Milne-Fisher variant of Guillain-Barré is descending. Of course, prep Trevor for an LP to test for Milne-Fisher. So House thinks this kid has Miller-Fisher syndrome? Yes, that's why we've got to do this spinal tap. Lie on your side, Trevor. Will this hurt? Yes, it will. Just lie still and we'll get through it. Perform a lumbar puncture. First, sponge the area. Now apply the lidocaine. Okay, then we do the LP thing. And finally we collect the drips of spinal fluid. Remove the needle. Done. I noticed that we don't put a band-aid on this one, right? Trevor's spinal fluid analysis is showing elevated CSF protein and anti-GQ1 antibodies. It's specific for Miller-Fisher. Good job, but don't let it go to your head. 100! Flawless. Please tell me he isn't doing what I think he's doing. Just ignore him. If you pay attention, that's the same as enabling him. Oh good, you're all here. To help illustrate my point, let's pretend this is Trevor. Trevor has Miller-Fisher syndrome, a swaggering, cocky, little junior varsity variant of Guillain-Barré syndrome. It was confirmed with Trevor's spinal fluid analysis, which was specific for Miller-Fisher, GBS. But I thought... He also has a latex allergy, which accounts for some of his other complications. Oh. Allow Trevor here to explain. The Miller-Fisher was responsible for the paralysis and some of his breathing problems, and the latex allergy was responsible for fever, hives, dizziness, and nausea, the diarrhea, and some of his breathing issues. So when his arms were paralyzed in the coffin, that was really the allergic rhinitis from his latex allergy. Yes, when Trevor was locked in the coffin, the lingerie he was wearing under his clothes triggered his latex allergy, which treated Trevor's body like a cheerleader on prom night, spreading to his stomach, throat, and arms. Of course, Trevor had been suffering from latex allergies for a while, without even realizing it. Like when he was making his workout videos, and we didn't help things when we handled him wearing latex gloves. Then, to complicate matters further, Miller-Fisher syndrome decided to crash the kegger. The latex allergy was throwing. Poor kid, his latex allergy was triggered at virtually the same time as the onset of Miller-Fisher. Yes, pure coincidence, and further proof of a cruel and uncaring universe. On that happy note, we'll move Trevor to a latex-free room, and start him on intravenous immunoglobulin for his Miller-Fisher. Should make a full recovery before long. Physically, anyway. And that means Trevor's dad found out about his son's extracurricular activities. He's refusing to speak to him or even visit. Wow, 13, you've done the impossible. What's that? You've almost made me give a damn about a frat boy. Almost. Did you hear about Trevor? You kiddin', man? Can't believe he was discovered wearing women's lingerie. Dude, we almost made him a Delta. Excuse me, Dr. House, can we go in there? We want to visit Trevor. Sorry, but Trevor and I need to discuss something private, so I'll need you to wait outside for a moment. Sure. Trevor, as chairman of the Alumni Association for the Society of the, Winged Serpent, I just wanted to congratulate you on your induction into our order. As you know, Trevor, our order is a secret society that dates back 2 centuries. I want to thank you for putting up with all the humiliating initiation rites, like wearing lingerie under your clothing. Right. Anything I can do for the society? Also, you received a get-well present from your hot girlfriend, as well as a get-well present from your other hot girlfriend. Wow, if only I could spend a day in his shoes. Tell me about it, man. Yeah, House is being unevil. He's being unevil. He's being a good guy. Skull and Bones is now available for free play in the episodes menu, but we get our first B. Boo! Here is your next case. Are you ready to begin? But alas, we will be ending here for this segment. We will continue the rest of House next time, but for now, this was actually, like, the gameplay elements are kind of but the story and dialogue is... It is the right combination of good and bad to be good. So, look forward to that next time. We will say no. We sure as shit hope that it saves, which we will manually force. And then we will work out who we can throw you to so I can go have some dinner. Sayuza is up and around, and we can happily raid Sayuza. Cheers all, thank you for joining. I expect we will be finishing off this tomorrow. I can only hope that we find as terrible-tastic a game to play following this one. For now, cheers everyone. Have a lovely day. Thank you for hanging out.